Okay, hello everybody. I have done a thing since last stream, because I was really curious, and that's also why I'm really late in streaming, because I was going to stream earlier, but I got really curious about the issues I had, specifically with Silksong and the analog stick input, and the way I felt like it was kind of inconsistent, the way the down pogos worked. And so, I have now created a widget, or like a thing. Maybe you can see it on screen here. Hopefully you can see it. Oh, I didn't actually want to talk to you, Mushka. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna leave this area because you're all talking too much. So you can probably see that there's a widget here in the beginning, right? Or it's above Hornet. So this little thing is just showing my analog input. So this is directly reading the input from my controller. And I was super curious about how and if Team Cherry added specific thresholds, because last stream we did notice a few things with the down pogo, that there is a bit of a buffer when you point downwards for when you start moving in a specific direction. And now I know the exact thresholds for that. And so this widget is actually showing the exact thresholds that Team Cherry is using to filter your input for all of your movements and all of your actions. So I'm just going to switch to the Hunter's Crest because that's where we got the diagonal pogos. There we go. Okay, is there a place with less people? Because I don't want to accidentally talk to everybody. I guess I'll head up over here. There's some big flat area here, I think. Somewhere here. Not down here. That place is full of rats and agony. Okay, so this place is relatively empty. Promise. Soon. Okay, so this is a little widget above Hornet here, and you can see that you can see my actual analog input, and it's actually a little bit off. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if there's a slight remapping here. Oh no, that might just be a global dead zone. Okay, so basically what Team Cherry does in their code, because I decompiled Silksong to double check the way that this worked. And so they basically have a dead zone for horizontal and vertical input that are different sizes for horizontal and vertical. So horizontally, it's 0.3 towards either side. So you can see that there are vertical lines here. So any input that's between these two lines does not count as any horizontal input. So if I pull it to the left here, you can see that I start moving and then I stop moving here because now I'm inside of this threshold. So there's like a full dead zone vertically throughout the whole thing. This also goes for the other direction. So you can see the horizontal lines here. These determine whether you are looking up or not. So as soon as you're outside of this threshold here, this line is at 0.5. That counts as an up direction. And this filtering happens relatively early from what I can tell in Silksong's code. So I think this is probably the way that they translate any type of input to a binary input for are you moving left, are you moving right, are you pointing down, are you pointing upwards. And so specifically for analog sticks, there's no like gradual movement in Silksong, right? It's only either you're not moving at all or you're running full speed when it comes to the analog stick input, right? And we talked a bit last stream about the down pogo in Silksong. This one in particular. So you can use this one to bounce off of enemies or bounce off of things during platforming. And I noticed that when I was doing my down pogos to do platforming during my playthroughs, I had a tendency to whiff my pogos quite a lot. Like, sometimes when I wanted to do a down pogo, I accidentally did a side slash instead. And if you look at the widget, you can see that the thresholds where I naturally want to point my pogos, it's like, let me just not look at it to make sure. Okay, so now I'm not looking at the widget. So if I want to down pogo, these are the directions that I'm gravitating towards for down pogos. And that is actually pretty dead center. So, although not this time. Okay, so I think there's multiple things happening here as for why it's tricky for me to do down pogos. Okay, so one of them is that I'm pretty sure... Yeah, because there's a directional bias here, because I'm actually not used to using the PlayStation 3 controller. But so, I think that the more natural place to put the analog stick, I would think, would be diagonal down. Like fully diagonal down, which would be, just looking at the widget now, sort of here, right? That would be diagonal down. But as you can see, this is actually pretty close to the threshold that makes it a side slash instead of a down pogo. So we are right on the boundary where this is a pogo, right? And as soon as we pass this threshold, it's a side slash. And so I think that the threshold for the down pogo, I feel like it's a little bit too... it's a little bit too low, I think. But then obviously you wouldn't want to have the other way around, where like you're trying to do a side slash, but you're instead doing a down pogo. But when I think about my playthrough, I don't think I remember a single time where I wanted to do a side slash, but I accidentally did a down pogo. I don't think it ever happened in that direction, but it did happen in the other direction. I did have moments where I wanted to do a down pogo, but I accidentally did a side slash instead. And so I feel like these thresholds are a little bit off. And it wouldn't actually surprise me if these thresholds are just kind of something they've used since forever. Like, probably since Hollow Knight 1. And in Hollow Knight 1, I'm guessing... Or no, I'm pretty sure there aren't any, like, diagonal down pogos at all, right? Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything in Hollow Knight 1 that depends on diagonal input? I don't think so. Yeah, so I think this might be it. I think this might be the reason why I keep whiffing my down pogos. Could this be fixed? This could totally be fixed. I mean, by Team Cherry, obviously. I think, so, yeah, you could, like, remap the control if you have, like, I don't even know what it's called. There's software that does, like, that modifies your controller input before it gets passed to the game. There's that. Or you could mod the game. And I actually considered making a mod just to try this out, to see if I could adjust this threshold, to see if it would actually help. And this actually explained another thing that I noticed when I was trying to do the down dash. I don't know if you know, but Silksong actually has a down dash. So the down dash is something that I've noticed that a lot of people don't even know exists, but I wonder if part of what might contribute to that is because the down dash has a very small threshold for what is a valid down dash. And if you just want to do it like quickly, I think it's possible that you might whiff it just because the threshold is so small. So I'm kind of curious that, like, if this seems to be the basis for every input in the entire game. But I wonder what would happen if you had, like, different thresholds for different actions. Because for dashing right, dashing left, and dashing down, those are the only 3 valid dashes, right? I feel like those thresholds should probably be exactly at 45 degrees. So, like, if you hold here, I feel like this should be a down dash as well. Because this is under 45 degrees, right? But this turns into a side dash right now. Which is kind of interesting. And so, yeah, I wonder what it would be like if you had like action-dependent input thresholds, where for dashing you would have a basically a divider 45 degrees down left or down right, and one 45 degrees down left, and then you would split it into those sections. But then for slashing, I wonder what would happen if you would just nudge this upwards a little bit to sit kind of halfway between 45 degrees and straight to the right or to the left. And I think this also kind of explained the so I sort of assumed that Team Cherry had a bit of a threshold for allowing down pogos, because you can see here I'm pointing down to the right, but still within, it's outside the moving to the right threshold, right? Like if I'm down here, there's no movement, then I get into the looking down state instead. But if I jump and pogo here, you can see that it's still doing the pogo to the right, which sort of makes sense because I am on the right side, but there's no actual right input here. And what I found in the code is that when you look at the code, the way that the logic here works is that it actually looks at the... It's kind of funny. The way that they read player look direction is just whether the x component of the scale of the transform is negative. Which is kind of... I don't know, I just thought that was a very funny way of doing it. I think they literally just flip Hornet, like set scale on x to -1, which makes sense, but I don't know if I would ever do that, but so basically what they do is that for a down pogo with no directional input, they just use whatever direction you're currently facing, which is based off of the flipping of the sprites, pretty much. Which means that if you now move the input to be behind Hornet, so now we're actually pointing backwards, this doesn't actually count as any kind of input to a direction. And so we're still facing left. And so we're still doing a left pogo, even though we're pointing to the right on the analog stick at this point. It's not until we go to this threshold where we start moving, then we can go back down and do a pogo, and then it's going to be a pogo to the right. And so the movement, these thresholds basically determine movement, and then depending on a Hornet's current viewing direction, that's what determines the what happens for the neutral down pogo on the Hunter's Crest. Yeah. Does tool use? Tool button? Oh, tool use. That's a good question. I would guess that they do. It looked like this was a universal filter they used everywhere. So I guess I can try. So that's Silk Spear and that's tool. Yeah. Same thresholds. Silk Spear. And that's throwing the pins. Yeah. So this seems to be the universal way that Team Cherry filters analog sticks to specific inputs. And yeah, I was really curious about this. And so I think this might be it. That this is likely the reason why I keep whiffing my down pogos. I wonder, I'm kind of curious to go to an actual pogo place to see, to just do some pogos and then see if I can whiff it, and then if something interesting turns up, I suppose. Okay, well, where would I go for that? What's a good pogo place? There's some in the marrow in the beginning. I guess there's maybe the balloons to the right, actually. Yeah, we can probably go to the... I guess it would be the Bell Beast either way. Yeah, Hunter's March is probably... those are the ones that I'm thinking of that are like iconic, where I kept whiffing so much. I think Hunter's March has a lot of consecutive ones. I think the Blasted Steps don't have that many. It's like at most 2 or 3 bells, I think. What would be the closest? Would it be the Marrow? I think so. and then we go to the right, maybe? Hopefully? So, another thing I've noticed. So, when I move left and right, like if you look at the input here on this thing here, like, or my widget, I don't know what to call it, the analog stick widget. Like this, I think this is because I'm used to the Steam Deck, and my thumb is at a different angle. And so I think that the whole basis is rotated for me because I'm used to using a different direction, right? Like, I don't know, if moving your thumb on this analog stick, the angle that's left and right is not like this, right? Like that is not left and right on the analog stick here. You would have to like do this movement, and that's different if you're using a different controller, right? And I'm guessing that's kind of like, I don't know, I think that's why there's quite a lot of frustration with analog sticks when you switch between different controllers. And like, this is actually a relatively solvable problem. Like, if you could like rotate the basis for the analog stick, like if you could choose which direction is up and which direction is right, then you could probably use different controllers more easily. But because the thumb has a different like base angle, I'm just like, I'm offset now. So like left and right for me, I think I'm gonna whiff my pogos differently depending on if I'm going to the left or to the right. They have that as a calibration thing for the Valve Index controller. That's super cool that they have that. Oh, so it's like, are they like telling you to, hey, point right, point left, point up, point down, and then it just like fits your data pretty much? Okay, so let's see, what, where is the place we were gonna go to? So it's in, oh, wait. Hold on, do I not have a map for the... Well, it's just straight to the right, I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. I'm reading chat instead of focusing on not dying. That's the wrong spot. The decompilation I did off stream, and I created this little widget in the center of the screen. I did that off stream. Okay, here we got some pogoable things. But I think there's like longer chains of these if we continue to the right, right? Hunter's March is somewhere here. Yeah. Oh no, it's the lower one. It shows which parts are pogoable. Yeah, it basically tells you the lines here, they divide the analog stick input into these 9 different zones, right? And these zones are what demarcates whether your input is fully to the right, fully to the left, neutral, fully upwards, or fully downwards, and then the combinations in the corners. And these thresholds, I think, are a little bit off of what I think would be optimal for to not whiff your pogos, pretty much. Because I think these thresholds are a little bit too low. That's my theory. Oh wait, I never fought this one? Oh god, okay. I thought I fought this one already. No, I didn't want to fight this one. I have the wrong crest now too. I'm not used to this crest. Red guy. I'm trying to talk about pogoing. Okay, I'm probably gonna die if I... Or wait, no, there's a... No, isn't there something in Far Fields? Like if you go to Deep Docks... And then... Yeah, if you head up there, there's something there, right? Because I think I can go that route. There was the combat arena there. What else? Okay, that was a whiffed Pogo, actually. That was one that went to the left. But that might just be my bases being off rather than the threshold being off. Yeah, that kind of adds a bit of a complication. Like the fact that I'm used to the Steam Deck. I think that makes it less. I keep running into areas I haven't been in yet. This is not what I wanted to. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna pogo these enemies and we'll see what happens, I guess. No. Never mind. There was a Beastfly instead. But Beastflies, you know, that's okay. Wait, did I just drop all of my stuff there now? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll just deal with them. Goddamn red guy and arenas getting in the way. Okay. Okay, now I'm just like, now I'm just messing up everything. This is a user error at this point. This is not the fault of any game or gamepad. This is just my fault. Okay. Simply decompile the enemies away. Well, we need the enemies to pogo, so. Yeah, I was kind of curious to make a histogram from the like out of the directional inputs to kind of get like statistical data for which directions I'm using the most, and I think that would basically give us bumps wherever, whatever my intuition says is directly to the right, and wherever I think is directly to the down left and so forth. Although I look away for like 1 second. I'm about to lose my rosaries. I'm probably gonna die on the way because I talk too much. Yeah, the little notches that some controllers have, I think that helps a lot with feeling out where you are. Is it the GameCube controllers that have that? I vaguely recall that it was GameCube. Okay. Now I got the right crest of this, so. What? Oh. I thought you two were gonna bump into me. Oh, okay. You know, I actually messed up some up slashes there too. Oh no. No. What, are you gonna do anything or? Okay. No. There's no spool? Wait, there's no spool? Or do you mean that I didn't have my spool picked up yet? Okay, well, I guess it was good that I got that mask because I would have wanted that eventually anyway. Okay, I wish I could remember these areas a little better. Okay, I think it's up and then right and then up. And then we're gonna get the Hunter's March from the other direction. Not just make racing or some genres feel bad though. Oh, that's true, yeah, because then you want to have like a continuous like change as you're pulling it along the edge, right? What? Wait, these ends weren't here last time, were they? I don't think they were. Okay, so it's over here. And over here. I believe. Right? Wait, can you really not get here? Oh no, do I have to get the red guy? Oh no. Okay. Alright. Gonna go back to the bench. Save and quit is the speedrunner shortcut to get back to benches. I've learned. Red guy's weak to dashing? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier as soon as you have dashing, but I guess it depends on when you fight the big red guy. Okay, wait. How close am I? This is pretty close. Okay, I'll just run over there. Yeah, okay, so right now, I'm not pointing directly to the left. I'm pointing upwards here. This is exactly what you would expect if my thumb was not used to being in this orientation. Like, this is my natural going to the left input. Okay, it's up here. Okay, let's just grab the bench in here. Hello? Hello? Oh, this whole part? I missed this whole part in my first playthrough. This door, and all of these signs and lanterns. I just never went back here after I had my first visit, I suppose. So I just missed that whole thing. That was like right at the very end when I was like, oh, I kind of want to do the 100%, and I had to look up, like, I think it was like the last thread spool and the last mask shard or something, and there was something in there that I needed. Okay, right, now I have to beat this one. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna grab my now that I have my actual favorite tool, I guess I should equip it instead of not equipping it. Oh, so the reason I'm not using the D-pad is because I actually struggle to use the D-pad. I don't know. It feels really unnatural to me to use the D-pad. I could probably get used to it, but I don't know. I mean, I could probably get used to the analog stick as well. So either would have to be some kind of adjustment. Okay. Yeah? Okay, well, that was significantly easier this time around. That was barely even a challenge. The biggest amount of damage was me, because I kept running into the big red guy. Okay, famously there's no bench here for a while, so I suppose I should now switch to the Hunter's Crest. Okay. Time to whiff some pogos. I guess it would be nice to have compass. There's not much lava here. Yeah, diagonals it is kind of tricky. And it's kind of like an inherently tricky problem with analog stick, and I don't think changing the thresholds for these inputs is magically going to fix every single issue. I think it's just a matter of like minimizing the error. And I think in the case of Silksong, I think the issue is that I think the thresholds are just slightly tuned towards a down input, or slightly towards the side input, because. Like I mentioned it earlier, that when I think about my playthrough, whenever I whiffed a down pogo, where I accidentally did a side slash instead of a down pogo, or a down pogo instead of a side slash, I never accidentally did a down pogo when I wanted to do a side slash. But the other way around happened a lot. Like, I wanted to do a down pogo, but I accidentally did a side slash instead. And that happened so many times, specifically during like platforming and pogoing. Which obviously makes you fall to your death because there's usually spikes under those. Those like kind of like here, right? Like you don't want to miss this one like this, because then, you know. But yeah, it is kind of interesting. Okay, that one I whiffed. I can't look at the VOD, but I whiffed that one. So, okay, let's another one. Okay, let's find one with more consecutive ones. So some of this, because I'm only doing it to the left, I suspect this is also probably due to me being used to the Steam Deck controller. Because yeah, my left and right is not aligned with left and right, it's rotated. So it's probably not the most scientifically accurate test for this, but should probably have different like controllers. Okay, that I didn't miss that one. That was just a stupid timing. Okay, let's try one more time just to see. One thing I noticed myself doing is pointing towards the target instead of pointing down when trying to do a down attack, like these. Yeah, so yeah, I think my natural instinct is also to point diagonal down. Like I want to do diagonal down, which would be towards the target, right? Which is a valid input. It's just that when you do that, you're kind of close to the threshold for the side slashes instead. So you're kind of dangerously close there, and technically you don't have to. You could point straight down, but that is very unintuitive to me. I'm sure I could get used to it, but there's something nice about using the diagonals in that you're kind of guaranteeing you're going to face the right direction. Whereas if you only point down, if you're facing the opposite direction you're expecting, you're going to pogo in the opposite direction. Because if you're down here, pogoing is just based on facing. Not based on the direction you're pointing. I feel like I did a... Okay, I thought I did a pogo to the left there. I'm not sure what happened there. It could be... I wonder if I was in the... Okay. Yeah, the other crests have an actual down attack, so then for those, I'm pretty sure I do point straight down, or at least I try to. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't die on these. Okay, well, that was a whiff. Left, right, right. I mean, it could also be that I'm just bad at pointing a diagonal down because I'm not, like, focusing enough when I do my... That one was whiffed. Yeah, it's probably... I wonder if it's, like, it's worse when alternating between the different directions. I kind of want to try some consecutive ones that are next to each other. That was a whiff. Oh wait, I never saved this one? Oh wait, I actually haven't been here in this playthrough, so I guess that makes sense. No. I feel like I'm relatively consistent. Never mind. I take that back. I take that back immediately. I'm so not used to this crest. Okay, here we got some consecutive ones in it, and that one I just missed. That was not an input whiff. I don't think I can get up there from here, right? Ow. I hate missing those diagonal down pogos like that. When you're like just slightly to the side of the enemy and then you get contact damage. Those are really annoying. Also, this is a detail I love about this ant area. The fact that the little ants on the ground carry away corpses is so adorable. This is one of those things where like, you totally didn't have to add something like this to your game, but like, God, this kind of stuff is the stuff that adds so much character to Silksong's worlds. I think it's so nice. Where like, I don't know, you can tell they put effort into things that you technically don't have to do, that just add flavor to the world. I don't know, it just gives the world so much life. I love that. Where did that debug circle come from? Oh, this debug circle is, I wrote it in Unity. So this is just the thing above me is just for the controller. So it's not like based off of the actual inputs that, you know, Silksong is receiving. But theoretically it would be the same. But there could be some filtering or remapping. Okay. So for these, I technically don't have to hold diagonal right, but if I don't move to the right unless I do the pogo, right? So I wonder if I just hold down. No, I don't have enough reach if I do that, so I can't just hold down. Okay, that makes sense. So then I do have to be in the diagonal down area. Yeah, I think I'm like gravitating towards holding the input to the right when I'm not about to bounce on these pogos. Yeah, I'm moving my thumb between these. So like I'm kind of like aiming down when I get close to having to do a pogo, and then I go back to aiming to the side, whatever direction I'm going in, I think. It's also hard to like, because now I'm like overthinking it, and it's kind of hard to just do it naturally now without overthinking what I'm pressing. But it feels like that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm definitely doing it now at least. Yeah, one of the things I considered was like, if you can make the this is totally over-engineering this whole thing just for analog stick situations, but like you could also one way you could also do something like this is where it's based off of the velocity, and you could have the thresholds be different thresholds depending on the velocity of your analog stick, because you're more likely to want a different input if you're rapidly moving towards it. So if I'm rapidly going from pointing directly to the left to pointing directly down left, then even if I press slightly early, you might want that threshold to still count as a diagonal down left, because that was the one I was heading toward. So you could kind of use the velocity of the analog stick as kind of a heuristic for like trying to parse what the user wanted to do. And I think a pretty good example of this is also the tools. Someone asked earlier if tool usage is also based off of these thresholds, and it seems like they are. And I also whiffed my tools quite a lot. Like I whiffed whether I was going to use a silk skill or a tool so much in this game. And it might be because this threshold up here might just be slightly too far up, I would say. I would guess that this one is slightly too far up, and this one is slightly too far down. But I'm also kind of curious because obviously Team Cherry has selected these thresholds for likely specific reasons. It's possible they just punched in some numbers until it felt good, which is a totally reasonable way of doing something like this, by the way. But it is interesting that the vertical threshold is at 0.5, but the horizontal threshold is at 0.3. Like there's got to be some reason for doing that. And I'm kind of curious I'm kind of curious what the rationale is behind that difference there. Otherwise, I would have sort of expected, kind of thresholds at more natural numbers and intervals, or at least having symmetry there. But obviously, even like when you're using a controller, like your thumb does not have symmetry when you're doing like left and right versus up and down. Like up and down is kind of like you're retracting your thumb or pushing your thumb away. That's the up and down movement. But left and right, that's like an angle. You're like pivoting your thumb left and right, which is a very different type of movement. So it would make sense that these wouldn't they wouldn't necessarily be the same threshold. Yeah, because I'm definitely off on my input. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm holding the controller. I'm holding the controller like this, so that my left and right is mostly just changing angle with my thumb. But if I'm holding it comfortably, changing angle would not be, directly left and right on this analog stick. I think that's actually a really good argument for why analog sticks should be up here. Because up here, left and right is very close to the directions your pivoting goes in. And then retracting and pushing is then up and down, or like closer aligned to up and down, right? But down here, moving your thumb left and right actually has a diagonal input, which is fascinating. And I don't know, I guess I've never properly thought about that. I am not on the Wanderer's Crest. Anyway, so this was my little detour into trying to figure out exactly what those thresholds were. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that like for tool usage, it's the same thresholds, and I quite often messed up my tools, where I wanted to use a silk skill but accidentally tossed a tool instead. Wait, what? Oh yeah, my tools are flea brew, that's why. Flea brew is not separate from pins. I don't have pins equipped. It'd be funny if you discover subtle things about the game behavior that ends up benefiting speedrunners. Don't think I would at this point. I think this game probably has too large of a community, so that I'm guessing people have already dug through the source code quite a lot. Okay, now I'm done with this crest. I do not want to have this crest anymore. Okay, is there any... I don't have any lockets. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so I'm probably not going to stream for like 6 hours today because it's kind of late. I'm thinking... should I keep this debug thing open? Is it annoying? I don't know if it's getting in the way. The big circle thing. I'm leaving that up to y'all, cause I don't even see it when I'm playing the game, so. Keep for science? Okay. Let's keep it then. Alright. So I guess while we're here, I guess I'll do Savage Beastfly. Which I don't know if it's a good idea because that boss is it is famously a very annoying boss. Have I been up? Oh yeah, I've been up. Okay, I'm just lost. That's what's going on. Ah! No! Oh my god. Small creatures flying in hornets. Dead zone. Top left and top right. That's my #1 enemy. Okay, now I'm sort of used to the diagonal pogo all of a sudden. I need to get used to this again. now I'm just playing bad. I was playing with an Xbox controller, and even with that, my thumb's idea of up and down were slightly off axis. Yeah, I wonder... Does Steam actually allow you to change that? Maybe not like this, but maybe if I use big picture mode or something? Because I know that they do have quite a lot of customization, but I don't know if they have like an off-axis rotation. Because someone said they did for VR controllers, but I don't know if they do. I don't know. Whoa, Jesus, okay. My theory is that PlayStation style sticks are more comfortable for smaller hands. Looking at mine and my thumbs are almost horizontal. So my up and down is almost your left and right. That would probably be the case, yeah. I'm curious, have you used the Steam Deck? Because the Steam Deck is probably... I think the Steam Deck has the analog stick even further to the edge compared to the... Actually, let me get the Steam Deck. Let me just double check. Steam input has a rotate output option. Can you use that even when you're not using big picture? Is that like available? Okay. Here's the Steam Deck. So I think, yeah, this is my natural hand position. It's really uncomfortable to hold this. So like left and right is pretty closely aligned to left and right here. Are you gonna get the new Steam controller? If it's as nice as the Steam Deck controller, I think I would absolutely get it, yeah. You can start big picture without having to close the game. But do I, like, do the controller settings only apply if you have big picture open, or? Is there a way to do it without opening big picture? Controller? Controller configurator? This seems very relevant. Okay. Okay. Enable Steam input, is that it? Okay, do I edit layout? Because it's not really a layout that I want to change. It's kind of like... let's see, joysticks... Left joystick behavior. Rotate output! Holy shit! There is a rotate output. Neat. Okay. So what is my offset? It's pretty big. Like... I feel like this... It's almost like here. Okay, but I probably shouldn't push it too far. So is it this then? So I want to rotate it by negative... What is this? What would the angle be here? Can someone do the arc sine of 0.5? Yeah, I might actually mess up if I offset this. But then the question is like, what... Was that exactly 30 degrees? rotate output. So what would that be? I'm gonna rotate the output positive 30 degrees then. Well, I probably should use, or should I use 0.5? Maybe not. I don't know, let's not push it too far. I guess I'll put it at 25 or something. Although now I'm not sure if these settings apply. Definitely not going to show up in the widget I have now, because I'm not using Steam input for that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how to tell if it's actually working or not, because I don't have a visual for that. Maybe there was a debug thing in the Steam input menu. Smell a widget V2? You know, maybe. Probably wouldn't be impossible to make one. Next month of streams in order. You know? Yeah, I never had Chakra join this one. Like, or never. I mean, in my first playthrough, she just didn't join here, and I struggled so much. This arena was like a nightmare for me. It took me so long. And I wish I had Chakra. I don't even know, like, what did I do to not have Chakra help me? So. Okay, I am not fighting these in a very optimal way at all. These are kind of tough when you're fighting two at the same time. They complement each other really well. Nope! I think you need to get all her maps up to that point. I'm pretty sure I had. Pretty sure I had. At that point, anyway. Your left and right offset is more like 15 degrees. That might actually be entirely true. Oh yeah, I guess we can test the offset by seeing if... Yeah, so right now it's not enabled. Yeah. Right now it's not doing the offset. I'm guessing I probably have to restart the game or something. Change crest? I don't want to change crest. I like this crest. Wait, is there really no... No, there is no bench before that one. Right, the bench is after the... Right. Right. That's the whole thing with this area. It's kind of... doesn't have any benches. Oh, I should not dash here. That's not a good idea. What? You almost lost that steel soul because of Chakra, because of distraction. That's funny. I'm guessing it gets pretty chaotic, but like, I got the impression that enemies don't actually target the NPCs, like they still just target you. So I guess they would, don't they like have the same behavior even if there's someone else in the arena? From what I can remember. I could be wrong though. 2 to 3 rings at the same time, right? Yeah, they like bounce or something, right? What? Oh, that's a heal. That's certainly a choice to heal in that specific moment. I hit that one. Okay, that one I just ran into. That one was my bad. Okay, I kind of want to heal. Can I get a heal? Ideally, no rings tossed at me. Okay, this is actually a really difficult combo. Like, both of these at the same time, it's kind of rough. I guess I should probably just do the ground one, and then do the air one later. Okay, you know what? I'm kind of in danger right now. Why is this arena still hard? Like, in some of these places I did, like, my Widow fight went really well. I was like, holy shit, I'm actually good at the game now. But then this arena just, like, grounded me again. And I was like, you know what? You're not good at this game. You're actually pretty bad. Okay. What? Yeah, Widow took me a long time the first time, but the second playthrough, they went really well. I mean, it took me a few tries still, but I honestly think it was mostly because I'm just very clumsy the way that I play. I like run into enemies all the time. I hit that. God damn. Yeah, I should definitely do just get the enemy on the ground for the combo. What? Rude. Why does it say Pikachu? It does kinda, yeah. Okay, yeah, it is kind of hard to focus on one of these while the other one is doing a bunch of shit all the time. Stop. Get out. No. No. What? Okay, that one had iframes. That was rude. Wait, but that time they didn't. What the heck? Okay, maybe I just messed up the timing there. Right, okay, here I was gonna do the bottom one first. We're face tanking that one. There we go. Damn it. Many people tried to beat Savage Beastfly near the start of the game. Yep, I was one of them. I was extremely frustrated with Savage Beastfly. Okay, how's my silk? Okay, it's not horrible. Okay, gonna grab some tea. I think it's a habit I picked up from FPS games to constantly be moving, and sometimes it's my downfall. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, sometimes, like, a legitimate strategy to get better at a boss is to just stop moving. And, like, only move when you have to dodge attacks. And you'll be kind of, like, surprised at how much that makes a difference. Like, one of the things I noticed was that, especially, there's a late game area. I don't want to, like, spoil it too much in case people haven't finished the game, but there's a late game true ending area that's very green that has a bunch of enemies. Those enemies almost seem specifically designed to punish you for running too much. Like, fighting those enemies becomes significantly easier the moment you just stand still. But if you try to chase them down, they just like move all over the place and it gets really difficult to fight them. But it's kind of interesting because like the moment you stop chasing them, they become significantly easier to fight. Tempted me to try again with this game. What was it that made you give up? And did you play the first Hollow Knight? Because I think the first Hollow Knight is actually a much better introductory game, in case you're struggling with the difficulty at least. Running directly into ants twice, actually. You know, every enemy does actually do 2 masks of damage if you run into them twice. Team Cherry should have fixed that. They should have fixed it. Fixed that thing where I keep running into enemies. How could they? Have I been up there? I don't think I've been up there. Can I get up there? I guess I have to go all the way from here. Oh, okay, you were both gonna jump there. Cool. No, no! Let me heal, please. Thanks. Have you played Elden Ring? I didn't finish Elden Ring. I got to... Oh god, it was a while ago. I got to a big city. And in that big city, the enemies started becoming... Like, the basic enemies of the game started becoming a lot more difficult, where, like... It felt like basic enemies disappeared and they all became mini-bosses. And the game kind of stopped being fun once I was done exploring the city, to me. Maybe I could have like found it more fun if I kept on, but I think the game also just turned out to be so big. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like, there was nothing really that captivated me with Elden Ring, I think. I think with Silksong and the first Hollow Knight, because I struggled a ton with the first Hollow Knight. I think there's something about the worlds that they just have so much character and personality in everything where like, I don't know, I feel more invested in the world than I did in Elden Ring. Because, you know, both games are kind of like, they're keeping a lot of story from you and you kind of have to piece it together yourself. Like, they both have that kind of vibe. But in Elden Ring, I feel like so many of the characters they feel like they're like barely there. They're just all kind of mysterious and strange. But in Hollow Knight, I feel like the characters... They're all strange, but they feel like they have their own personalities. They're not all mysterious. Like, Hornet is almost the most mysterious character in many ways, and many of the other characters are just kind of like doing their thing, and they just think Hornet is kind of weirdly stern and mysterious, and like, I don't know, I feel like it's an entirely different vibe when it comes to characters. And I think I just latched onto that a lot more. Oh yeah, this is the one with the trap. Yeah. I beat the first Hollow Knight and loved it. I even finished Elden Ring 2. I really struggled with this one, but aspiring to hear everybody's tips. Yeah, I think for me, one of the things that made a huge difference was to get the Wanderer's Crest. The Reaper's Crest is also really, really good. Oh, I don't have Reaper's Crest right now. But Reapers and Wanderer's Crest are both really nice because they make the down pogo a lot more predictable. Reapers also gives you a bit of a mid-air freeze, which gives you a little bit of a buffer, which is really, really nice because then you get sort of like an air stall and you can kind of pause above spikes, and you have just a lot more leeway when using down pogos with the Reaper's Crest. And it also has a really useful dash attack that does kind of like a dash upswing. So I think probably one of my #1 tip if you're struggling with Silksong, and especially the down pogo, get the Wanderer's Crest early, or the Reaper's Crest early. Those are very, very good to make your down pogos easier. Another one I would say would be the fact that you can heal mid-air makes a huge difference in terms of survivability. It took me an unusually long time to figure out that you could heal in the air, but in like most boss fights, the strategy of just running away, jumping up in the corner of the room and healing, you're safe in a lot of boss fights doing that. Not all of them, but even if you're not safe all the time, there's always a safe attack where like the enemy is doing some kind of attack, and if you know that they're gonna miss, that's when you start healing mid-air somewhere, wherever they're not gonna go. And as a general heuristic, healing right after an enemy has done an attack, that's the best moment to do it, or like right as they're doing the attack, because it's gonna take a while for them to do the next one. Oh, is this where the merchant is at? With the fractured mask? One of the rare people that main Hunter's Crest for the majority of the game. I've heard a lot of like, I feel like I've heard like a 3-way split for like either Hunter's Crest, Reaper's Crest, or Wanderers. I've heard like a lot of people are like pulled to either of these 3. I very rarely hear anyone use like, what is it, the Beast Crest or the Witch Crest? Also, I love this merchant. I really I really like the fact that like you just have no idea what they're saying, but for some reason you know what a lot of other bugs are saying, even though they also make silly noises, right? And like I love that the descriptions on the items are like, I don't know, they do this with the merchants in the game where like the descriptions on the items are like in the voice of the merchant. I love that. I think that's one of those. They totally didn't have to do that. They could have just had the same description for the items everywhere, but they didn't. They chose this moment to add some more character to it. Like, I have no clue what this means, right? But yeah. This one is good for survivability. Unfortunately, it's after a very difficult area, so kinda wish those were easier to get, but Curve Claw, I don't really use Curve Claw. Actually, I guess sometimes. No, you know what? I'm gonna save money. I don't have to get every single tool. I just don't have to. Yeah, Grindel's item descriptions again. Okay. What do we have up here? Jesus, okay, did you have to charge into me? Oh yeah, it's this thing. Am I gonna be able to do this one? Maybe? Probably? Let's try it. Was that the infamous double damage? I had 4 health. I dashed into the enemy, and then I was hit once. That's all of my health, yeah. That was that was the double damage. That was it. So the thing with the Witch Crest, I really like the Witch Crest, except for the healing. Like the mechanics of I don't know, it just has a lot of reach. The down pogo where you like slurp into the enemies is really satisfying and nice. But I don't know, the healing mechanic is like really, really wonky. I don't know if I fully ever understood it. I think someone yesterday, I think they said that like Is it like you when you heal with the witch crest, it spawns like branches, and then those little branches is like an AoE, and you have to hit enemies with it? I thought it was like a full screen AoE, but someone said that it was like not. Yeah, I've heard that it lifesteals, but like where? Because I thought it was like any enemy on screen at first, but it doesn't seem to be. Okay, ideally I should not mess up this time. Okay, I guess I should try to lock in, as they say. Okay, I would like to not get trapped. Jesus! Oh my god, how... Okay, those swings are like larger than a house. Oh my god. Nope. I think it's time to equip the fractured mask. So the fractured mask, I think even if you are dealt like 3 masks of damage, you only lose the fractured mask. I think that's kind of the thing it does. So you get like one get out of jail free card with like those double damage hits. God damn it, why are you always exactly where I want to jump? Like slightly off screen so that I don't see you every time. Okay. I feel like I should get the ad first. No! You're not supposed to be there. Oh my god, okay. 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 No, 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 no. Bad idea. It's almost easier to hit the big boss, actually, than this flying little thing. Okay, I should not let this big red guy go off screen, because then it's gonna just like jump into me from nowhere. That was a clutch, rare heal. I don't even know if I needed to heal. I just wanted to heal in that moment. Okay, now watch as I'm gonna die to this enemy instead. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna keep flying away. Okay. Yeah, the way these enemies fly is actually like it's weirdly like precise, like just how out of range they get. I'm kind of like, it's almost to the point where I'm like, do they know which crest you have equipped? And they're like, you know what? I'm gonna be slightly further away when you have this crest because you have more range now. That wouldn't surprise me. I would guess they don't. I could maybe actually look at the source code just to find out. Unless that lives in like the state machines. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how to look at those state machines at the moment. So I think it just gets the source code. Okay, well, now we're done with that. Is the... Oh wait, Chakra is here, right? I think? Or no, it's Gilly. It's Gilly! Hi, Gilly. I feel like I never got closure on Gilly's story when I played the first time around. So I don't think I know what actually happens at the end of the storyline. Do they use Playmaker? I think so, yeah. And yeah, they're probably just serialized assets. It's just that I would have to like use an asset extractor and not just a decompiler. And then find out how to read them. Maybe they're just YAML and you can sort of read them, but it's like nodes, right? I haven't used Playmaker. Or it was a read a long time ago. So they're probably not very like human readable. What's the last thing you remember of her story? She showed up in some late game area at some point. But it was a similar thing of just a random spot in the world where she was trying to hide, and then I spotted her, and then she wanted to get back to being hidden. That's about it. There was nothing like beyond that, I think. Oh, great. Nice. Good job. Hope Chakra didn't see that. We're supposed to be like mutual warriors that like respect each other. And so I hope she was looking away. There's a lot of maps here. Her song tells a lot of the future story, or where she's gonna go, or... I guess I just never bought any of these, might as well. Is Gilly still up there? Or does she despawn? Oh. Wait, why am I not just floating? I can just float. Hey! Sniff it out. Hidden searching. Daughter's promise. Father's wish. Well, is it like related to the... I mean, I feel like it would be related to Carmelita, but... But I'm not sure in what way. Unless there's something you, like, once you're close to the end, there's some interaction here that I might have missed. If I just, like, ran up there. Who's the father, though? I don't know. I don't know if I remember any, like, mothers or fathers, except for Grandmother Silk. I wasn't like super read up on the story. But Carmelita was like a leader of the tribe, right? But I don't remember anything about like her family relations. Or if she had any children. Yeah, I don't know. Oh my god, I have like PTSD from this run back. Like, I've seen this so many times. This particular route. Is there any secrets here? No? Okay. This is like the most annoying boss in the entire game. And then you don't really get a crest that's that nice. Or maybe I'm just bad at using it, but like, I don't know. Like, the Beast Crest, I love the idea of the Beast Crest, but in practice it just never worked out because I kept like messing up the health recovery. Because, again, I'm a very clumsy player, so... And that was my issue with Reaper's Crest as well, because like I would always like accidentally either cancel or shorten the duration of the silk spawning window. Nice. Thanks. I feel like when I played this one the first time around, or the Savage Beastfly, it was like I was just kind of hoping for good enemy RNG and hoping that the Beastfly would crush them. Reaper's buff ends if you take damage, yeah, exactly. But it's my favorite by far. I love that hang on the pogo. It is really nice. The feeling, I don't know, there's so much weight to that pogo that feels really, really nice. When you like, I don't know, like using the Reaper's Crest and like jumping over a spike pit and like spiking an enemy down into the spikes just feels great. It feels really nice. Oh my god. Why am I subjecting myself to this boss? I legitimately don't have to do this boss to progress through the game. Some like idea that maybe I'm good at the game now and now I'm not gonna struggle, but I'm almost certainly gonna struggle with this one. Why are you? I feel like I need to, but I don't. Kind of want to. Morbid curiosity, I guess. Okay. Alright, Beastfly. Okay. You were supposed to listen to me. Okay, well. That was supposed to be a badass moment where I like taunted you and then... Okay, I wonder if I should use my extremely stupid strategy that I did on Beastfly 2. I don't know if it'll work in this arena though. Okay, now, this. Once it starts getting, like, ambiguous, what height it's gonna decide to launch at, that's when the frustration kicks in for me. Oh yeah, I was gonna analyze the beast crest. Right, that's why I need to do this. Okay, you know what? I do not have a lot of health right now. Can you not kill me, please? I need to heal. So in that case, it drifts upwards slightly. Like, you sort of expect it to lock in at a specific height and then just launch at that height, but it drifts a little bit off. And I think that's what makes this boss so annoying, because like, it's not as predictive as it looks like it's supposed to be. I don't know, it's just a really weird... I don't know, it's a very strange movement pattern. Oh, nice. Okay, I jumped. Apparently, jumping not allowed. Oh, okay. That was my bad. See, like now, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna... what's it gonna do, what height are we working at? Okay. That was an unexpected... I'm trapped. I'm just trapped right now. Oh my god. Yeah, the fact that this place is optional, like, you might not know that the first time you play this game, and I was one of those people who didn't know that this place was optional. And I think that's kind of the that's the danger of having areas that are actually kind of late game and difficult early on. I think it's really cool to have areas like that early on in games, but if it's not properly communicated that it's optional, or that you always have somewhere else to go that's not like a super hidden secret, you might get stuck in it early because you think it's the only way to go, which is, it's risky, but like, I mean, Metroidvanias are kind of designed, as far as I know, they're designed to give you as much agency as possible, which does have the downside of like, sometimes players make like choices that make their playthrough worse. Or like, you might not find a specific exit from some room that would lead you to a different place or something. And then you might be stuck with Savage Beastfly. So in that case, I feel like it changed its like vertical position in a way that I really didn't expect it to. It does that just enough to not be consistent, where you'd never really expect it, but like, I don't know, it's just really strange. Yeah, there's something that's like so ambiguous about some of its charging. And like the delay between the charges is also like varying, I think. I guess the one good thing about the ads is that it gives you more silk. No, what? Okay, I thought I dashed the other direction there. That was kind of weird. Sure, I guess. That was actually my strategy on Beastfly too, because there's a lot of headroom, but here there's not a whole lot of headroom. Nope. Okay, there's a lot of ads right now. This is not an ideal situation. Can I get any amount of personal space? No? Okay. Okay. Okay, well. Maybe I deserve that. Maybe I just deserve that. That one was just a dumb platforming mistakes. Okay. Maybe I'll try to lock in for real. Pretend that I know the difference in my behavior when I say that I'm gonna lock in and just magically win. No. I gotta jump that way. No, why? Okay, well, I guess I was safe in that case. Okay, yeah, just drifts vaguely directly where I'm trying to hover above you. Oh my god. I don't want to be trapped. I don't want to be trapped. Oh my god, I'm like just missing all of these attacks. Okay. That wasn't too bad actually. I think I just needed to focus. Neat. No, I wasn't. I wasted a heal. I wasted a heal. First try, exactly. Bach addict in chat. I read bench addict at first and I was like, bench addict. This is a real Hollow Knight player. Okay. Beast Crest. Yeah, the down attack with the Beast Crest I feel like is the biggest obstacle into like having this as a general all-purpose crest. Like I'm kind of curious, like are the platforming challenges designed to be like finishable with this? I'm guessing they have to be, because there's quite a lot of range on this one. Also imagine Savage Beastfly somewhat designed around the iframes from the Hunter Crest Pogo. There's iframes in the Hunter Crest Pogo? Single platforming challenges are beatable with all crests. That would make sense, yeah. Okay, so the mechanic with the Beast Crest, is it that when you want to heal, you get a certain amount of time where you can heal by life stealing, and you need to do that by hitting enemies. But if you get hit, the duration is going to get shortened, I think, significantly. I don't think it cancels, but it makes it shorter. Where it effectively cancels, I think. Say the first bot, excited to hear your thoughts on the game. Yeah, cool. See you later, Bench Addict. That's going to be my nickname for you now. Double contact damage feels wrong in most cases. It should be conditional on whether the enemy is actively attacking with his body or not. I agree with that as well. I think that the double mass contact damage feels completely unjustified. I really don't like it in this game. I do have issue with contact damage in general, like unless the enemy is like spiky or acid or whatever, but But the double contact damage on enemies that are not even, they don't even look like they would be painful to touch. Like that is really, really rough, I think. Okay, yeah, this pogo is so strange. Okay, so I bind, and then I love these growls though. Like I would almost like do a playthrough with this crest just because I think the growls are so funny. Oh right, pogoing works differently. So how would pogoing be? It would be... Oh, this feels so weird. You would like almost just like dive forward instead of... This feels so strange. Changes the voice line. Reading chat while jumping. Does it change the taunt? Nice. That's so good. I love that. Oh, does that... Because I know that when you get Chakras rings, you also get a Pushanka with your taunt. Do these synergize? Does the Beast Crest taunt synergize with the Pushanka? So you get like an even more like strong Pushanka? Does it? That's so good. I love that. Oh wait, it doesn't? Aw, I thought it did. Okay, I'm very good at this game. Oh, this down pogo is so strange. Okay, my instinct is to just switch away from this crest immediately. But I also haven't really given it a fair chance. What do I do? Do I try to stick to it? Oh yeah, there's no blue slots on it. That's probably the biggest drawback on this one, I think. Until I get the Vesti Crest stuff. I think the strategy I found most viable with Beast Crest is to treat the heal as an offensive maneuver rather than a heal. Yeah. Yeah, I would guess you would have to do... You would have to play pretty differently. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my comfort zone. I think... Have you beaten the P5 Pantheon in Hollow Knight? I died in P1. And then I didn't try another time. So... I guess I'll use that. Oh yeah, I did notice you can Pushanka with Chakra once you have the rings. Like she'll respond to you, which is really, really nice. I don't know if there's any other interactions that I found. Oh yeah, I bought the maps. That's actually really nice. Look at this. Okay, so I guess I should do Last Judge. I probably have everything I need. I just need to go through Wormways to get to Blasted Steps. Actually, do I even need to go through Wormways to get to Blasted Steps? Or can I go directly from Shellwood? The infamous run back. I never got to experience that because I did the mist route my first playthrough. And so I never done the judge the intended way. I just did the judge like super late game. Okay. Okay, yeah, I just need to go, let's see, so down and then through Deep Docks. Okay. Is it further down here, I think? Oh yeah, it's this shortcut. Okay. Oh god. So down and then left. Was it down here? No. You know Chakra will have doorbells in some places you can summon her. If you don't hit that but Pashanka nearby, it still summons her. Oh, that's super nice. That's cool. Do you think this game should have a Stake Marika system for the bosses to minimize runbacks? So, I don't know what that is, but I assume it's something similar to the Dream Gates in Hollow Knight 1. I don't know. I don't think this game had very bad runbacks, to be honest. But then again, I never had to grind the last judge, so maybe that one in particular is like super bad. But yeah, the flea caravan. Yeah, I didn't even know the flea caravan had a stop by the gate until I saw someone else's playthrough afterwards. Because my flea caravan, I'm pretty sure they went directly from Greymoor to the final location. Mostly last judge and Groll from Bywater. Okay. So Groll, I feel like Groll was kind of like... I feel like that boss is so intentionally designed to be in the worst area with the longest run back that I feel like as a game developer, you get one area that you're allowed to design to be the worst area ever. As long as you know, not all areas are like that, it's fine, I think. And I think Bywater is just that area where like we're letting them go all in on making it an insufferable place. And I feel like it's fine to have like a challenge like that, I think, especially for like a late game boss. The last judge, I never felt like that was a really long run back, but then again, when I did that run back, I had every ability. I had everything, I think. So like maybe that run back is worse if you don't have all the movement abilities. Actually, I guess I didn't have the Silksong, but you can skip Groll? Yeah, Groll is not optional for Act 3, right? I think for the last 4 bosses, you only have to do 3 of them, I think. But Groll is not one of them. Groll is part of the previous quest, I think, right? I think sort of a redeeming thing with Groll for me was that Groll was not a very difficult boss in and of himself. Like, I think I don't know, the enemies you fight before Groll are like about as dangerous as Groll himself, or at least for me. But I don't know, that's probably like it's probably a very individual thing. Okay. Shellwood. So I guess we are gonna try to make our way to the gate. See what happens. I don't even know if I've like rung all the bells. What? Well, we're doing wormways, I guess. Because... Or we bench warp. We're just gonna bench warp. That's Hornet's secret strategy. She has something called a menu, and then she just goes to the menu. Nobody knows what it is whenever she talks about it, but she's got a menu. And then she just disappears and reappears at a bench. lesser known Weaver trick. I remember there was a thing here, but I think this is like a claw line spot, I think, here. Or up here, yeah. Oh yeah, but there's nothing here, right? I think Hornet just turns around. Yeah. Benefrain. Totally agree.
Yanara.
Have you used the nail art in this game? I didn't use the nail art very much. No. It's the same in the first Hollow Knight. In the first Hollow Knight, I also didn't use the nail arts much at all. I also, the first time, or rather like most of the game, until I started doing like true ending, I also never, like pretty much never used, I was gonna say magic. Is it magic? I don't even know. Soul skills? Soul... a bit... I don't know. Vengeful Spirit. Desolate Dive. Those, in that family. Whatever those are called. Soul... It's not silk skills. Soul skills. Are they just called skills? Yeah, but what's it called in Hollow Knight 1? Because it's not silk there. So would it just be spells? They're spells, okay. I feel like this corner of the world, you don't spend that much time here. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say that as someone who didn't do the judge route. But I don't think this is part of the run back, right? This enemy, one of my favorite enemies. Both of these are actually two of my favorite enemies. Like, unironically, I love both of these enemies. Because they both have really, like, funny voices. Like, it sounds like this old man with a cane. It's adorable. I don't want to kill him, because, like, he sounds so adorable. And then the bells, they also sound super weird, these bell tossers. And I also really like deflecting stuff. And they give me an opportunity to try to deflect stuff. They were, like, super annoying the first time around, but then I kind of started liking them. Wait, I killed that one in one hit? Or was that 2 hits? I love the voice. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thoughts on Travio? Travio. What do I have in terms of thoughts on Travio? I absolutely love the whole stage concept of the fight. Like the fact that you have like spotlights. The fact that you have like spotlights pointing at Travio throughout the whole fight. It's just so, it's such a spectacle. It's such a dramatic fight. I love the fact that like he's pretending to die at the end. It's perfect. I love it. I don't know, just the whole like narrative around Travio I think is wonderful. I do wish... I think like as a separate fight in and of itself, I think Travio is a super cool fight. and like it's funny in many ways. It's got so much character. I do kind of wish, and this goes for many bosses in Silksong actually, I do kind of wish some bosses had a little bit more of a lead up and tie into the rest of the story or the areas. Like, some bosses feel like they're kind of in their own bubble, and they kind of don't exist outside of that bubble. A counterexample to this is like the Cogwork Dancers. Cogwork Dancers has like a story that's like stretching pretty far, like both in time and space, right? But like Trabio feels like a very like isolated boss, and there's a bunch of other isolated bosses that I kind of wish they had more of a I don't know, I just wish they had more of a connection to the rest of the world, and not in a like I'm sure they do in terms of very hidden lore, but I wish there was a little bit more connection with the bosses, I think. I think most bosses have a pretty good connection to their areas though, no? Savage Beastfly feels like it's kind of out of the blue in both cases. The big, like the quest with the Marrow boss, I forget what it's called. Like, it's only because it's thematically connected to the area, but there's no like, I feel like there's no real lore with it. There's a little bit of lore with the one that's like charging at the gate in, is it Pilgrim's Rest? That one has a little bit of a connectivity because you see it charging at a thing before you meet it. But that's still a very weak link. Last Judge sort of works with the gate in and of itself. I think the Last Judge works just because it feels like a gatekeeper. What else? Lace obviously has story. Moss Mother feels relatively connected to the world as well. Yeah, maybe most of them are. Like, I don't know, like Crust King Khan, Carmelita. No, Carmelita actually is pretty connected to the whole Ant place, but Carmelita doesn't feel super connected. Phantom. Yeah, I kinda wish Phantom also had more of a connection. Because, like, there is lore with Phantom that I didn't even know until, like, I watched a lore video. I'm like, oh, okay. But there's, like, when you're playing the game, it kind of feels random. But yeah, it is a pretty big area for Phantom, so that helps, helps at least. And that area is really cool. I love that area. Like, the whole concept of an exhaust organ is just a really weird and cool concept. And then the fact that you fight Phantom once you've gone through that, I think is super cool. Okay, I have not been paying attention to the map. I'm not sure. I think I'm just gonna go to the right. Oh, chakra rings. Okay, well, speaking of maps. Hello. Worst and best quest in your opinion? Ooh, this kind of relies on my memory, and my memory is flawed, so I might be forgetting things. I think the collecting bells quest is probably the worst one, personally. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I kind of feel like these games, I feel like they're above having quests where you need to fetch 10 items or 8 items or whatever. And I was kind of surprised to see Silksong have a quest system in the first place. But I can see that there's a lot of value in having a quest system, because a lot of people get anxious in these games that they're going to miss stuff. And then you have to look stuff up online, which basically means that you're going to run into spoilers, which is also not ideal. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on the quest system. Like, I've also noticed that, like, the moment you have a the moment you have a quest board, it removes so much personality in ways that I think is what's it called? Anathema to the spirit of Hollow Knight. To me, like the word that describes Hollow Knight, the first game, the best to me is character. Because the world has so much character. There's very few things in the game that are just like mechanically things you do for no purpose. There's very few things that exist for no purpose. Everything is very interconnected and intertwined because there's characters in the world that have a purpose and something they want to do. And when you do, quote-unquote, a quest in Hollow Knight, it's because you talked to a character and they tell you something or ask something of you, and then you do that thing because you naturally had a conversation with a character. That is something that inherently just has a lot of character. But when you go to a quest board, you have like a list of chores, and you feel like you want to tick the boxes of the chores. Yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bit weird. I think one compromise that I was thinking of that might actually be a pretty okay one. So one thing that so I think the way that character is taken away from those is a problem, and I wonder what would happen if the wish board, instead of the wish board being you picking up a quest, if it instead was like, it was a character who had left a note, and you would need to talk to the character after picking up that note. Like, in some ways, you could think of it as just adding an extra step. But I think that would kind of help a little bit with this feeling of like grabbing a bunch of boxes and then you have to finish the boxes, right? Yeah, I think a few of them are that you have to talk to NPCs, which I think is good. But it feels so depersonalized if you don't do that. And it also doesn't help that like the description of the quests are they're shortened once you pick them up. Like when you read the quests on the board, there's a lot of character there. You get like a personal opinion from whoever wrote the wish, right? But as soon as it's in your task list, I just noticed that it's called tasks. As soon as it's in your task list, that personality is removed from it. And if you like forgot to read that part of the quest, you can't read it anymore. So like if you go to a quest board and just like hover up all of the quests, you basically remove the personality from the quests. Like, or not basically, you literally do. You remove the personality from all of them. The only thing that's left in the description is what you have to do, the actual mechanical thing you have to do. So it literally kind of just like waters down all the quests into like things you have to do. And I don't like that. That feels weird. That bothers me. And that's notably, that's different from how like even tools are described. Like in tools, you have both flavor text, which is the top part, and then you have the actual mechanics, which is the second part, the bottom paragraph. Like here, there's like, you have both of those things, they just remain here. Technically, they could have removed the flavor text, but I think it's good to have the flavor text there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why they strip the flavor text from all the quests. Like, I guess, I mean, the argument would be that they're easier to read, because you only see the relevant part to finish the quest. But then you're trading off, then you are removing character and a connectedness to the wish of the bug that you're trying to help. Like, yeah, this one doesn't even say who you're helping, right? Bugs of Farloom doesn't mention New anywhere. Craw bug clearing doesn't mention the bartender guy. Garb of the Pilgrims doesn't mention anyone there. Yeah, these are all stripped of all personality. I think you're supposed to remember the original wish text, but why would you want to burden the player with that? Like, what do you gain by doing that? And what do you lose by not doing that? I don't think it's worth it to just remove all the flavor text. Why did you spawn in my face? I think it helps you value the original. I mean, if you forgot to read the original, you never read it, and now you missed it forever, and you can never read it again. I don't think that's good design. I think it's good that, like, I don't know. I don't think it's good that you can miss that very easily because you get into a mindset of scooping quests. I think it just depersonalizes all of those quests. And I think that's a bad thing because I do think the Hollow Knight is a game that has a lot of character, and I think the first Hollow Knight leaned into that, and I think that it kind of, I don't know, I don't like the way that it just strips it of personality. Isn't that the same as accidentally skipping through a piece of NPC dialogue though? I mean, they're a little bit different in that a quest is a persistent activity and one piece of dialogue is not persistent. But yeah, I mean, it is something you can miss. And I do, like, I would really like it if there was, like, a dialogue history in your menu. Like, a place where you could just see the last, like, the last 10, like, pieces of dialogue. Like, I think that would be really useful. I see your point, but like that's partially on you. You shouldn't have skipped it, but I definitely see your point on how it could happen accidentally. I mean, the problem is that you can use that argument for everything. Everything that is possible to miss, you can say, well, that should be on you. Like, why? Like, why should that be on you? And how is the game improved or made worse by that being on you or not being on you? Like, you have to consider the trade-offs there. I think I mentioned this, like, no, you're not coming off as rude. Like, this is a very, 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 very common thing in any conversation about game design, especially among people who are not game designers. Actually, probably especially among people who are game designers. Like, you can always come up with a reason for any decision. There's always a justification for any game design decision. The thing you have to do is to consider the actual consequences of either decision that you might make. And those consequences is what is really, really important. But if you just focus on one justification, it's kind of just like, it's just a possible justification, but then does that actually outweigh the drawbacks? And yeah, every single aspect of game design has someone who enjoys it. Yeah, exactly. You can make a game that is horrible for every single person in the entire world except for one, and you could argue that that's still good game design for that person. So it's just a matter of, like, who do you want to enjoy the game, and like how should you design it in order to reach the people you want to reach with the game. So yeah. Okay, actually I haven't looked at the map for a long time. A dialogue history would be nice. Yeah, I think it would be nice. Especially because it's nice to have context for the quests after taking a break and coming back. Yeah, for sure. That's a huge problem in, like, certain RPGs that are really story heavy. Like, if you come back to those a little bit later, if you have no way to, like, recover, like, the mental library you need for the story, it can be kind of rough. I think I have a bias because I have a strong hatred for people who skip dialogue. I think the wishes really worked well for me, but in ways that are specific to me. Personally, they worked pretty well for me too. I'm someone who does read through everything, and I don't skip any dialogue, even, like, seemingly unnecessary dialogue, unless it's dialogue I've already seen. So, like, it worked well for me too. So, like, my issues with the wish system has nothing to do with me. It just has to do with the way that other people might experience it in ways that will degrade their experience, in ways that I think are bad, in ways that I think they would have had a better time if it was designed a little bit differently. Okay, so left is... Oh, that's the pin stress, right? What do you get there? You get the skill, I think. Can you ever have an accurate assessment of how someone else would have experienced something unless you directly ask them? I mean, it depends on what you mean by accurate. Like, this is something that's like, you can draw this line in so many different places, like drawing yourself into a pit of worms. But like, you can sort of say the same thing about science. Like, are you ever really certain about anything? And in some very super strict ontological way, like, yeah, you can't ever be 100% sure about everything. But in a practical sense, you can gauge, like, more and less likely outcomes depending on what it is you're measuring, right? And even in that case of like you mentioned, like, unless you directly ask them, directly asking players is often misleading, especially if they know that you are the developer and you are asking them for their opinion. Their answer is going to be biased. Because they know that you're the developer, they know that you're going to want a particular type of opinion. Maybe they want to be nice to you, and maybe there was a mechanic they didn't really like, but they want to be nice to you, so they say, it was pretty cool, you know? Even maybe they didn't like it at all. So, like, there's a lot of human factors that play into this, where, like, kind of, like, some of the best ways to gauge player behavior is to watch playthroughs. And ideally, playthroughs where they don't even know that you're watching, but that's, like, impossible to do morally. But, like, something I've done with Silksong, I watched a few players play the game on their live streams, and I think that is a very, like, mostly unfiltered. Obviously, it's a little bit different because you're playing in front of an audience, so you're not going to do... That's also going to affect the way you play. But like... You do get kind of unfiltered opinions to some extent. Yeah. Also, the stripping of personality for the wishes feel kind of jarring. Yeah, it is pretty weird. Yeah, I don't think I inherently have an issue with a list of things. I actually think that's totally fine. But I do think that the stripping of the personality is the problem with this. And again, I think the trade-off there is that if you still have the flavor text, you're going to put a lot more information on screen that's quote-unquote not necessary. But I think it would be worth it for a game that's very full of character. I've seen a few playthroughs of people playing the game where when they talk to characters, they read every single line of dialogue and they're focused on what they're actually saying. But then when they go to the quest board, many players just pick up the quest without reading the description. And then once they see the quest in their inventory, the description is gone. And so they just missed all of the character of all of these quests. And it's not just like missing a throwaway dialogue, because this is both... It's like missing a dialogue, but then you also have to do the thing that the dialogue said and like try to be invested in the characters and their wishes. But if you don't know the character, if you don't know their wish or why they wish for this thing, then it just becomes a list of tasks, right? Then it is boiled down to just do the thing for the reward. And I guess this is like a whole other topic, but I think Team Cherry, even in an interview, mentioned in a few places where like they wanted to design bosses to the point where like ideally they would want the players to be intrinsically motivated to fight the bosses rather than being extrinsically motivated. In other words, you should want to fight the bosses because you want to, not because you want a reward. I feel like this goes directly against that idea. This is like boiling it down to an extrinsic reward. And I don't think that that is in line with their design. I don't think that's in line with my expectations for Hollow Knight's worlds as very like in-character worlds, or like character as worlds full of character. I don't know. It's a weird choice. I mean, I don't think it's horrible. I don't think it's like bad design, but it's design that I prefer that they wouldn't do that. I think it would keep a lot more character in the game. I also just expected the quest log to keep the flavor text. Yeah, exactly. Like that, and that's not a weird expectation. Like that makes sense. Because that's how well, not always, but the charms pretty much work that way, right? Like with the one exception is that you don't get the flavor text of the vendor, but you still get flavor text on tools. Oh, maybe not on this one. But you do on this one. You do on these. A little bit on this too. A little bit on this. Yeah, there's flavor text on this. I think that's good. Okay, you're just gonna be up there. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you. Wait, what's up here? Oh, agony. Gotcha. Oh wait, there's a boss here. Your face cam perfectly blocks the flavor text? Oh no. I'm sorry. Well, trust me, there's flavor text. I kind of forgot about this boss. I don't really have to even see the pinstrip. Whatever, I'll just do it. I'm good at the game. I'll just lock in. I'm amazing. I never make mistakes. Great! That was intentional. I wanted more of a challenge. That was another one. One of those bonus challenges. Yeah, okay, it's not like I just used a flea brew and I would like to utilize it. I feel like this is probably a really good boss fight to use the silk skills on. Just because it's kind of hard to get multiple hits in. Holy double damage, okay, alright. Yikes. This was not an issue. I feel like that's kind of the impulse one gets from picking quests from a board too, instead of directly from the characters, or even just one at a time in some other way. Yeah. And like you're incentivized to do it because it's also like the most efficient way to do it. So like you could pick up one quest at a time and do it one at a time, which would probably make you feel more focused on each of those tasks. But just because there's multiple on the board at the same time, that kind of incentivizes you to just scoop them all at the same time because that's more efficient. Because then you can leave and do multiple at the same time and be less invested in each individual task, right? Because then it literally is just a list of things you're about to do. And you're going to be less focused on the individual ones. Yeah, it does have a lot of depth, this arena. Kind of neat. Yeah, I love the way that they set out the backgrounds in all of these games. In all of these games, in Hollow Knight and in Silksong. Like, I think it just... Like, doing environment art for a game like this seems like so much fun. Like, I'm honestly like, I kind of want to make a 2D game now. Like, I've been doing 3D games like almost all of my life, but like, doing stuff like this seems to be so much fun. Because you can play so much with composition and colors and lighting in ways that are like really difficult in 3D. Because in 3D you have to deal with like shadows. And shadows is like a whole bucket of can of worms. So sometimes I wish the backgrounds were unblurred because the art is so beautiful. Yeah, sometimes I kind of wish I could see it, but also it looks really nice. I mean, to have that shallow depth of field vibe, I think it's really nice. Okay, so I'm not a fan of these super short platforms where it feels like you need to sprint, where you don't have enough distance to sprint. I'm not a huge fan of it. Because I remember here, I want to dash and then jump, but like the margin of error for that is kind of small. So if I'm setting too far ahead, I'm just gonna fall down to my death. And I've seen even speedrunners do this. Like even speedrunners who have played the first Hollow Knight a lot kind of run into the same thing of like, you know, the intended design for something like this is that you're supposed to do the sprint jumping continuously, like this, and just nail it every time, right? Like that's, I'm pretty sure that's the intended design. But the thing is, like, you don't know what's ahead, and you don't know if you're supposed to continue that sprint jump unless you know what's ahead of you. And I feel like my instinct is to stop at every one of these. But then this is like too short to do the sprint. So you have to like do this weird thing of like jump out here and then start sprinting and then jumping, so you have a bit of a lead up. I didn't find this super fun to have to do this kind of thing. I guess technically you don't super have to, but I don't know. That felt a little awkward to me. I kind of wish the I kind of wish they had a bit of like a reverse coyote time, where like if you dash close to a ledge, you are allowed to jump earlier, but if you dash on a bigger platform, you can't jump earlier. But that might have really weird consequences for gameplay. I'm not entirely sure. In 3D, do you do optical illusions like in movies? I guess it depends on what you mean. It's a pretty broad. Optical illusions, in some sense, that's all you do as a tech artist. but it really depends on what you mean. You're meant to just trust that the game didn't give you a really weird platforming challenge randomly. But then, at the same time, the game does throw shit at you around every corner, and you're supposed to be really vigilant and pay attention at all times. There's trapped benches, there's like ground that falls out from under you, and like, so it's not a consistent design that like platforming is lenient and you can expect nice platforming, right? You're kind of expected the opposite throughout the whole game. You're supposed to be super vigilant at all times. So I don't know if I would say that it's possible to trust the game after they give you so many traps and benches and spikes that are where you have to be vigilant at all times. Like you can't really have it both ways, I feel like. In this case, the obvious idea that doesn't require a new strategy is the one that works. But how you're like, I don't know how you're supposed to know that though. I'm sorry, Pinstress, I spooked you. I feel like it's just overall not a particularly well-designed game, but people are willing to give it a lot of benefit of doubt because Hollow Knight was so good. Yeah. I don't know if I would say that it's like... To me, it reads a lot more like it's a game designed for people who are already good at it. Because I noticed during my second playthrough, I'm having so much more fun. During my first playthrough, it was kind of rough, especially during Act 1. And some of the bosses near the end as well. And I don't know. And it's like, that is a valid strategy that you can go for if you want to, but you are going to alienate people who are not going to be persistent enough to suffer through pain, right? Even in games like Dark Souls, like in Dark Souls, you can say that they're super about this whole like get good type of thing, but Dark Souls does have the option to level up your gear, to what is it? You like assign skill points to your stats, and you can like improve your character instead of improving yourself. Like that is always an option in pretty much every Souls game that I played, at least. But even that is not really something you can do in Silksong. You can sort of do it in the first Hollow Knight, in the sense that like you can find a lot of charms that help you. You can find a lot of masks and whatnot. But I feel like in Silksong they're very, very stingy with that. Is there anything wrong with alienating people outside of the target audience, though? Well, I mean, not... It depends on what we mean by wrong, right? If you make a game that, like... If you make a game that's made for one person, and only that one person is going to enjoy it, like, is that a good game? Well, for that person, it is. But for everybody else, it's probably not a good game, right? And so there's no, like... There's no such thing as like an objectively good game or an objectively bad game, right? And so like from that premise, it's always going to be relative to your audience. And so, but then the argument would sort of instead go over to, should you have an audience that is this narrow? Like that becomes the new question. Like say, I don't know, I feel like for me, the argument would be sort of along the lines of like, if a sequel to Hollow Knight alienates people who liked the first Hollow Knight, I think that's generally not a good thing. I think that's a heuristic I'm sort of working from. So that could be something like, if they change the genre completely, that might be kind of rough for a lot of people who were expecting a sequel that would give you sort of a similar experience, but still being new, right? And this sort of ties into the whole debate of like, should sequels be more of the same or should sequels be very different? I don't think there is like entirely like a right and wrong answer there. I think it depends. It depends on who you wanna make the game for. Yeah. I feel like it's meant for when after you finish Hollow Knight. I think that's the intent as well. And I feel like it's a little bit too punishing for that to me. Because my experience was exactly that. I played the first Hollow Knight, and then I played Silksong pretty much directly afterwards. And Silksong was a huge difficulty spike. And I almost stopped playing the game in Act 1 because I was so frustrated. I was noticing that I was just not having fun. And I was annoyed to the degree where, like, it was hard for me to appreciate everything else that was so good about Silksong, and is good about Silksong, because I was so desperate to just find health and Silk, and I was so anxious because I just died so easily all the time. And it just made for a really anxious and shitty experience. And so then the question is it good that players have that experience? And then like, is it good specifically if people who finished the first Hollow Knight are gonna have that experience? I don't think it is good to do that. And the thing is, like, to me, this has nothing to do with difficulty as well. I think that the problem with Silksong is not its difficulty, it is the the frustration that the volatile systems cause. The frustration and anxiety is the problem to me. Like, a difficult game can, like, a lot of people can overcome difficult games if the game is giving you an opportunity to learn and it's giving you an opportunity to feel like you're making progress, whether that's through finding more items that help you or whether that's through like actually practicing fighting a boss. Like, both of these are good things, but if the game is so volatile and stingy with health that you barely get to practice fighting bosses and you just die immediately when you run into boss arenas, you're not learning anything and you're spending way more time running back to the boss than fighting the boss. And I think that is not good. I think that is a frustrating setup. Whatever you can do to fix that, like, doesn't have to involve making it easier. Like that, I think that's a separate axis. Like the level of frustration you can experience with something and the difficulty are like they're different things. I genuinely think there's things you can do with Silksong to maintain the difficulty, but just make it less frustrating. And so like there's so many things you can do to make a game harder. There's so many things you can do to make a game more frustrating, but genuinely those are not good things every single time. There's always a balance. You always have to find, like, what is a good amount of frustration? What is a good amount of grinding? What is a good amount of practice that you have to do on this specific boss? What is a good amount of run back? What is a good activity to do during the run back? Like, there's a lot of stuff you can choose there. And like, for anything you choose as a difficult mechanic, like say you in Silksong, let's say you could only heal on the ground. Maybe you couldn't heal in the air. If I then played the game and then I came along and I was like, okay, this is so frustrating. I am so close to quitting this game because it is impossible for me to heal. And then maybe I would suggest, what if you could heal mid-air? There would be a lot of people who would come to the defense of only being able to heal on the ground. In the guise of, like, well, not in the guise, but like for the reason that they want it to be difficult, they want to have a challenge, and it's going to make it easier if you can heal in the air, and that would make the game too easy, and then it wouldn't be fun anymore if you're skilled at the game. But you could do that with any argument. Let's say you have a boss that deletes every single mask. It just insta-kills you. But, well, I mean, that's actually good, because then you really have to learn to avoid those attacks. But it's like, okay, but there's a balance here. We can't just go all the way super difficult and then just tell players to get good, because what's going to end up happening is that you're going to create a frustrating experience that very few people want to play. And I'm saying this as someone who likes difficult games. I love challenges like this. I love difficult games, but I hate frustrating games. There's a way to make difficult games without making them frustrating. This is what good game design is about. Like, being able to make a game that's difficult but not frustrating, that is a challenge. It is really hard to do that well. But it is possible. You just have to identify exactly why people get frustrated, why people feel like they're not learning and able to overcome difficult challenges. There are ways to work around these things in almost every single situation. But adding more difficulty or making it way too easy is not the solution either, if that's going to be to the detriment of the rest of your design. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I went on a long rant. Every design decision makes a game more fun for some amount of people and less fun for others, and I don't think either group are more or less deserving of being catered to. Yeah, that is kind of the thing. Like, whatever decision you do is gonna be either positive or negative to some people. But I think so I know like a lot of people take issue with this, but I think so, like, when people say stuff like you should design your game for as many people as possible, I think there's an additional thing you have to tack onto that, which is you should design your game for as many people as possible while keeping the integrity of your game design. And I think that leads to better games, if there's some such thing as like an objectively better game. If you're able to keep the feeling of your game, the challenges of your game, the difficulty of your game the way you intended it, but for more people, I think that's strictly better. But if you have to water down the game, if it turns into a Ubisoft collectathon just to appeal to everybody, then obviously that's not a good thing. I think then you've lost the integrity of what was probably supposed to be a kind of challenging game with like a lot of hidden story that's kind of in the background rather than in the foreground. Like, obviously that's not the route to go for Silksong. I think Silksong just has a few minor tweaks that you could do to improve the amount of frustration, or rather decrease the amount of frustration you feel while keeping the difficulty. So like, for example, here's something that happened. Here's something that happened with my first playthrough. This was not universal, but I do remember this happening with, I think it was Sister Splinter, actually, in my first playthrough. So, okay, you have the run back to a boss. That's some distance, right? That's some distance and some time. And then you have fighting the boss, and then you're usually going to die the first time around because you're practicing, right? So then we could ask the question, what's the ideal ratio of these? How much time should you spend running back to the boss? How much time should you spend fighting the boss before you die when you're inexperienced? And how many times should we want the player to have to repeat that on average? Doesn't have to be exact, right? If you run into the boss arena and you die immediately and you never get to learn the boss fight, and there's a run back, the ratio between these two things is going to be really lopsided. And that means that it's going to be a more frustrating experience because you're spending more time running back to the boss than you are learning how to fight that boss. And this has nothing to do with difficulty. Difficulty is just not part of the picture here. Like, you could say that it's like the difficulty of learning the boss fight, but that is just a bad type of difficulty, I think. And I would think most players and game designers would agree that that's a bad type of difficulty. We should give the opportunity for the player to learn. And so the experience that I had with Sister Splinter in Silksong was that there was a run back. I died very quickly to the boss, and I felt like I was kind of flailing in the boss fight. I was never really learning the boss fight. And then, having done that so many times over, I feel like I suddenly beat the boss without learning the fight. I was kind of just like flailing all over, didn't really know what I was doing. I feel like I got lucky with the way that the ads spawned, and then I just kind of beat the boss. But I feel like I didn't really learn how to fight the boss. It was like, it just felt like I got rid of an obstacle. It didn't feel like I learned and overcame a challenge. And that felt weird. Like, so in this sense, like, me fighting Sister Splinter was sort of a combination of, it was pretty frustrating, but it was also kind of easy, and which is kind of like the worst of both worlds, because then I don't even feel any kind of sense of achievement when beating the boss. So like, you would want to have a feeling of achievement when you beat a boss. I think that's ideal, right? If you only feel a sense of relief but no sense of achievement, then that boss was just a frustrating obstacle to you, probably, right? So I don't know, and like, I think there's, I've said this so many times, sorry if I'm repeating myself too much, but like, there are ways of making bosses very difficult, but still making them feel fair and challenging without being frustrating. I think a really good example of this is the final boss in 9 Souls. That boss is really, really hard. It took me, I don't even know how many attempts. I lost count. It was over several days, several sessions of trying to win over Yigong at the end of 9 Souls. Jesus Christ, that's a difficult boss. But I did it because when I was fighting Yigong, there was a really short run back, and you got a lot of time to practice. The way that that boss ramps up the difficulty over time is perfect. It gives you the perfect amount of time to practice in the first phase of the fight. Second phase ramps it up to be faster, and then there's a third phase, which is the only thing that I don't like about this boss, is that there's one attack that they add in the third phase that is really hard to know the timing of. I kind of wish they had a bit of audio cue for that. That's the only thing I didn't like about that boss. But that boss, once you beat that boss, you really genuinely feel like you learned to like master their fighting style to overcome this huge challenge. Beautiful boss fight, super cool. And that boss fight took way longer for me to learn than like probably all the bosses in Silksong combined. And yet I was not frustrated with that boss, except for that one attack. but like, so to me, that's like, that is really, really good design. Because then that is a harder boss. I was motivated to finish it because I actually developed and learned as a player throughout that time playing against that boss. But if the experience instead is I run into the boss, I die immediately. I do a run back, run into the boss, die after a few more seconds. Do a run back, then get back to the boss, die super quick again, and do that like 10 times. And then once I can avoid the first few attacks, I all of a sudden beat the boss. That's really unsatisfying. Because then it doesn't even feel like you beat the boss from the things you've learned fighting the boss. It just feels like you managed to like get around some initial attack and then it was just too easy instead. I don't know, like I don't think that's a good experience. I mean, it could be fine, but like if you want the boss to be a challenge in that moment in the game, at that place. And like, yeah, and I'm not saying like every boss has to be super difficult either. I do remember like one thing I really liked about the first Hollow Knight was that I feel like a lot of the bosses in the first Hollow Knight, the balance, in a sense, they were not super balanced with your own progression through the game, which means that some bosses are, like, quote-unquote, too easy for your current skill level. I think, like, I don't know, I think a lot of people criticize, is it Marmu? That's the big bouncing green thing? The one that goes like, it like bounces around and then you juggle it. I think a lot of people criticize that one for being too easy, but like, I'm fine with bosses that are kind of, that they're easy either because like, narratively, it doesn't even make sense for this thing to be difficult. I think it's okay to have bosses that are easy. I don't think they have to be maximally challenging. So like, I think there is room for easy bosses as well, but I don't think there's room for bosses that feel like they're almost like, they're frustrating. They're frustrating but easy, and you beat them really quickly once you've gotten past the frustration barrier. That's just not a very satisfying... It's just not a very satisfying chain of events, I suppose. I don't know. Okay, sorry. I feel like I've gone on a super long rant on that, but... Hollow Knight without the DLC doesn't really have many particularly good or challenging bosses. I struggled a lot with the first Hollow Knight. It was pretty okay in terms of balance for me. If anything, it was slightly too hard, but the thing with Hollow Knight is that it gives you so much room to experiment with charms. There are a lot of like different types of defensive builds you can make with charms, in ways that I feel like Silksong doesn't have as much like headroom to experiment with charms. Silksong mostly gives you different type of offensive capabilities, but it's kind of sparse when it comes to like defensive stuff. Like I feel like, haven't I collected pretty much every single defensive thing there is in the game now? Is there anything else? I'm trying to remember. You could maybe argue the silk regeneration thing. Yeah. Multi-binder, that's true. Yes, that one is extremely good. I used multi-binder for, I think, the whole game after I got it. Injector band? Yeah. Sort of, yeah. I feel like the multi-binder is just so much better than injector band, so I kind of ended up not using the injector band. But yeah, that I would agree that that one does help survivability at the very least. Okay. Wait, I got the charge attack. I was just kind of reading chat. Oh! Here's the thing. Oh yeah, magnetite dice, that's true. But that one is very random, so it's very like unpredictable. This is an extremely minor criticism, but the charge effect when charging, I don't like this charge effect. I don't think it looks good. There's so many like really nice looking VFX things in this game, but the charge effect looks like a Unity default particle that's just like moving towards you. Maybe that's just my game developer brain that like, I feel like I'm seeing the default particle, but like, I don't know, they can do better than that. And I feel like almost every single other effect looks better than that one. The charging is just kind of, it's just kind of weird. It's the same one from Hollow Knight. That might be the case, but I think they could have improved it. But that's like super nitpicky. But like every single other effect, I think looks good. Like there's a lot of things happening when you charge this. There's the effect when you get it, when it's fully charged, that effect looks good. This effect, when it's like bursting out from you continuously, I think this looks good. The actual effect once you do the attack, that looks good. All of that looks nice. I just don't like the charging. The charging looks very like weird. But anyway. I don't think there's anything else I need to talk about there. Okay. I was gonna do the last judge, and I haven't been going there. Half all the other effects are also basic radiant circles. Yeah, but at least like here they got like there's variance in color, and they're moving in a nice way. But like these just look very, I don't know. It just looks kind of strange. It looks kind of weirdly basic. I don't know. Not a fan. But that's just me. Not saying this is some objective opinion that everybody has to agree with. There is such a thing as preference and an opinion. So, oh my god. Hey, I'm trying to read chat. Stop hitting me. Okay. Jesus, I'm about to die. Is it just up now? Missed 2 hours of stream? I mean, there's gonna be a VOD, so you can check out the VOD later if you would like. Okay, is it just up from here? Yeah. I forget what's to the left of this place. What are we? Oh, that's nice. How am I doing on rosaries? 216. Okay. I still feel like these bells, I wish these were tuned to the key of the music that plays in the background of every area. I would love for these to be tuned to the music. That would be so neat. That would be so cool, because then I could like play along to the music. Especially if like every bell had a consistent note, so it wouldn't be random. when you hit it, because now they're randomized. But like if these three were like actual notes from the key, you could like play music. I think that would be nice. But for the musicians to play this game. Is the magnetite dice somewhere here actually? Because I know that you meet the little gambler pilgrim somewhere around here, but not here. But I think there's a flea up here, right? Okay, this is the weirdest. This is the weirdest pit in the entire game. Oh, okay, well. No. In the duration of stream, I made some dough and baked a pizza. Hell yeah, good job. Eating pizza plus stream life is good. Nice. Yeah, this is a really weird pit. If you go down here, they're so loud. I feel like they've tuned their voices higher, like a little bit louder than everything else in the entire game. And I kind of love it. I don't need shards. This was not a reward for me. I don't use tools. So. Didn't know we could hit them? Well, if you read the Hunter's Journal, you might figure out that you have to kill a few of them to fill out the Hunter's Journal, you know? I didn't want to hit them, I swear, okay? New made me do it. That little freak that goes to inspect corpses. Don't put this on me. What is the lore here with this character? So in my first playthrough, I talked to this character, Lumble, and we played dice a few times. And then I came back much later, and they were just straight up dead. And then the magnetite dice were there. Like, is there anything else to this character or the storyline, or is that pretty much it? Because it feels like I kind of missed something. It's a gambling man from down in New Orleans. Okay. Wait, New Orleans? New Orleans? New Orleans? 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 One of them. I lost 4 rosaries twice and thought it was a scam. Yeah. I really like the fact that you can do this little weird game with dice. I think that's super cool. I think that honestly, like, this is something that like I love with... I love this with indie game development in general. Sometimes it happens in AAA as well, but in indie game dev, you can make stupid decisions. Or quote-unquote stupid decisions. You can make decisions to add features to the game that don't really practically give the player much apart from flavor or lore, But it's kind of hard to justify those types of things in a big like corporate environments, because then you have to really justify stuff in order to like add more work to people. And there's a tendency in bigger studios where you kind of like laser focus on the bare minimum essentials because there's so much work to do, because those games are usually huge. And so then things like flavor tend to get lost in the cracks, and even though people usually want to add those things, those are usually things that are cut pretty early on, and so then you don't get like silly quote-unquote meaningless interactions, right? But like stuff like this I think is really, really nice. I love the way that indie games are. It's easier for indies to do this type of thing. Didn't know you could actually win. I think I won. Yeah, the first time I played against him, I just won like 3 times in a row. Like, oh, this seems nice, but it's very slow. It's like the slowest way of gaining rosaries. But then I think I lost after that. I think we were just even after a while. Play dice with him using the magnet instrument and won more than without. Oh, maybe that's what I did actually. Interesting. A snitch bug can take away the dice and you need to buy them from them? Oh. Grindle? Wait, what's the condition for that to happen? Sherma! Hey Sherma. I didn't get this in the mist route. The mist route didn't have a Sherma along the way. Harm? Oh, Red Maiden, have faith. No harm can come to us on this holy ascent. Sherma's optimism. I love it so much. We only need to keep our gaze upwards. Alright, Sherma. The shining bench has risen for us. Farloom's kindness. Oh, Farloom's kindness to we pilgrims is inexhaustible. Please rest, Red Maiden, and fear not. Our kingdom watches over us all. I wish I had Sherma's optimism. That would make my life better, actually. You know, I keep saying that I was so starved for Silk when I played this game, but some uses for Silk is always justified. Oh wait, this is the run back, right? This is the nearest bench to Last Judge? Okay, so this is the PTSD run back that people have for Last Judge, I assume. Okay. So do I want to equip anything else? Oh, Magma Bell would probably be better. Otherwise, I think I'm set. Okay. I need my controller too. Okay, there we go. Oh, do you want me to remove the overlay, by the way? The input thing in the middle of the screen? I don't know if it's still useful or interesting. Just let me know if so, because I don't even see it on my screen when I play, so. Yeah, I've seen a few streamers play, so I've seen a few people do this run back, and it seems like this one is like the most annoying thing ever because it just gets in the way. What? I thought I hit it. Overlay's nice? Okay. You're gonna speak for all of chat. thought it was distracting at first, but you got used to it. Okay. That first enemy is the worst part of the run back. I've gotten that impression, yeah. Because it's like when the first part of the run back is like you're the most impatient, you just want to get through the place, so that's where you're like most likely to forget that there's an enemy, because you're just like dashing through the whole thing like, ah, I just want to get back. Oh my god, I'm just taking damage. For no reason. Probably because I'm yapping too much. Jesus, you could go all the way down here. Okay. Runback felt fine, only did it post-patch. Did they change anything with the runback? I know that there was like a major patch at the beginning where... what did they do? I think they removed some of the 2 mask damage. My first playthrough was after that. The patch removed the only unavoidable enemy on the runback? Okay. As it... Do you think people's criticisms of this runback mostly came from after the patch or from before the patch? I'm kind of curious. Right, okay, so I remember being able to jump up there, but that's because I had double jump and claw line when I was here fighting Last Judge, which does shorten it, because I would have to go down here now. I guess it's not that much. No, you would have to do this. Or no, that's not a fight. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is faster that way. It's a bit of a time save. Before. Okay. Okay, I just need to have a little bit of tea. Okay. I'm doing the judge the proper way now. I'm excited, because I haven't gotten to do that. Hello. Oh. It doesn't open if you don't... Okay.
Husband?
I do feel like it's a little bit weird that this sounds... Is this exactly the same voice as the guy with the courier quest with the gourmand? I forget his name. Yes, this is exactly the same voice. I feel like it's weird to have that one in 2 places because that one is such an iconic voice to me, at least. But I guess if you do this route first, maybe you don't feel like it's that iconic because Tall Pilgrim is less of a character than the guy whose name I forgot, who's hanging out with the gourmand. I don't know. It's a very good voice though. I feel like I should read this because I haven't done this properly. On my journey up, I passed many large bells housed in old shrines. Each I have struck awake, yet this gate stays closed. What other tasks must be done to see us pass beyond? Oh yeah, no wait, I did actually walk up to this gate in my first playthrough, but I was missing 1 bell, and then I got to the mist route. Because I don't know if I ever found the last bell. I think that was the Greymore bell. Yeah. Because I do remember talking to these characters. But there was 1 bell missing.
Oh, no.
The bells are rung, then this sacred threshold may now be crossed. For the final task is simple. Only music, played fair and true. Music shall attune the bells and see the gate descend. The problem is I ran out of silk, so you know, I only got 3 notes of the Dies Irae thing, or whatever it's called. It must be you to lead us, sister, you who brought us this blessing. Play or sing and we shall follow. Oh! I get free silk? Nice. Can I keep some of the silk for the boss fight? Okay, last judge. Okay. They died. I died. Everybody died. Alright. Good start. Good job. Hi, Sharma. How many rosaries did I have? I forget if I dropped a lot, if I like need to actually care about it, or if I can just not care. You were so close that first attempt. Thanks. Wait, is this the right way? Hold on. Okay, well. I don't even need to fight you. Why am I fighting you? Oh, can you pogo to get up there? Eat. Almost. Oh my god, I'm just whiffing all of my pogos right now. You know, I'm just gonna lose my rosaries, and I deserve it. I will have deserved losing every single rosary if I die here. So I'm not supposed to be such a klutz. This? Okay. Okay. This is something that has killed me many times. If you jump and then activate the cloak, and then you release the cloak, but then you press the cloak quickly again, there's a bit of a delay before you can activate the cloak, but if you keep holding the cloak, it never reactivates, even if you enter the time frame where you should be able to activate the cloak. That, I don't like that. That's exactly the problem I had in the first Hollow Knight, where like, if you hold the heal button while you're mid-air and then you land, you don't actually heal. Like, why? Like, what? Why? That to me, I think I'm on firm ground when I'm gonna say that is just bad input design. Like, if you're holding an action, that is a hold action in every single case, and you have met all the criteria of being able to heal or whatever the action is, you should just start doing that. Same thing with the cloak. Input buffering is something Team Shara are very bad at. I think input buffering, they've done a good job with that when it comes to, because with the jumping, that's input buffering, right? But when you hold a button, that's not even input buffering. That's just like reading state, and like just following that state. And I don't know. It's such a, like, to me this is like a no-brainer. But I don't know. Because like input buffering is harder to implement in general than the thing that I want them to do with the cloak and the heal in Hollow Knight 1. Especially because like if you're in Hollow Knight 1 and you're holding the heal and an enemy screams, they will cancel your heal. And even if you keep holding the heal button, you never start healing again, even when the scream is over. You have to let go and repress it. Like, that's just really annoying. It's really annoying, and it's for no good reason. Like that should just be reading your input state. If you're holding it and you meet all the criteria to be able to heal, you should just start healing. It makes sense though, in my opinion. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think there's a single justification for this. I would be impressed if you can come up with a justification to not do this one thing. And no silly little, well, you just have to get good. It's about, you have to like find the right timing. It's about knowing when the scream stops. When the enemy stops screaming, you're supposed to like learn that exact timing. Like, really? Do you actually believe that, or are we making up reasons now to justify anything? Right? I think I'm too. I know they have a reason. Nah. I think that the thing is like, when it comes to I don't know, when it comes to indie game development, that there are always significantly more things to significantly more things you want to fix or add to a game than you're able to. Like a game is never released in a way where you feel like it's finished, right? And so like so much of game design is about like choosing your battles. And so like your priority might just be elsewhere and you have a limited amount of time, so I was gonna say something along the lines of not to promote laziness so that you're not lazy with it. But then you could say that for any type of annoying input strategies of like, well, you just have to get good. We should just make every input annoying for no reason other than to make it just harder so that you have to learn that thing, right? That also seems like an option that you should be able to choose as a preference. I don't even think that should be an option. I just think it should be enabled to begin with. It should just always, like if you're holding a hold action, like the Needle in Hollow Knight Silksong, right? This is a hold action. You're holding a button to do an action, right? It's not a one-time thing. It's not a buffer type of thing, right? When I do this, if I jump and then I hold the Needle in mid-air, Hornet starts playing when I land. That's all I'm asking for. They even did it in Silksong. Like, they do have a thing where when Hornet lands, they check, are we holding Needle in? Yes. Start playing the Needle in. So it's not even like, oh, they start playing only when you press. No, they do that thing here. They do read state. I'm holding the Needle in way before I land, and she starts playing. Like, this is exactly how the healing should work in Hollow Knight 1. I like being able to spam buttons when I don't have control without having to worry that it's going to have an effect on anything. This wouldn't affect that. You would still be able to spam buttons during a scream or whatever, and it would have no effect on whether you would start healing afterwards. And usually this has nothing to do with input buffering. Like this is just reading button state. As in, when the scream is over, check the state of the input. If the input is held, do the thing. That's exactly what they're doing here with a Needle in. And I think this is good design because it gives you... It makes you feel like when you hold the button, the action will happen as long as you meet the criteria. That's like the bare minimum of how a button should work when it comes to continuous actions. Oh, did you think of a justification? When you heal, Hollow Knight 1, you are focusing. When you're interrupted from that heal, you lose focus. When you're holding the button, you're not trying to start focusing, you're trying to focus. As if you're already focused and continuing to focus. You found a reason. There, that's the lore reason. Yeah, that's... I take everything back. Never mind. They should make that button as annoying as possible, just to reflect the internal state of the knight as someone who's like pushing too hard, trying to focus. And it's actually like really close to the real life effect of burnout. Like when you're like over focusing on something and you're never taking a step back to look at what you're doing. That's exactly what burnout is like. And you have to learn to let go, take a step back, and then re-enter once you're feeling ready to it. That's exactly how it works. And because it's called focus, that's the way it's supposed to work. It's just, this is called ludonarrative harmony. When the mechanics of the game design follows the way you feel. So it's much better. Okay, I should not talk while battling a boss that I have almost no experience with. Okay, bell retracts. This spins. Okay. That. Okay. Okay, can I would like to heal. Okay. Thanks. Ow. I feel like I should have utilized those invulnerability frames a little bit more. Jesus, holy free hits! Oh, that was maybe not the best heal moment. Ah! No. Okay. I said last time whether you played the game on release, because the double jump used to have a weird input thingy to cancel it in favor of the Drifter's Cloak. I wanted to wait until you get it, but since we're talking about inputs, it feels appropriate now. That actually bothered me. Yeah, when I got the Drifter's Cloak, I had to like unlearn so much muscle memory. And I think I read somewhere that there was a way where if you held the stick down or up, it would do different things while falling. And then I tried it, and it didn't work, and I was like, what? So is that not a thing anymore? Did they remove that? I wonder if the reason they removed it is because like it led to people not knowing about that behavior, and then people had like inconsistent experiences? Was that it? Okay, this guy. Okay, yeah, okay. Just follow me. Just follow me throughout the level. Ow. Wow. I'm always so close to hitting that bell, but not quite. I feel like I need to learn a better pogo strategy there. Hold on, I'm hearing weird cat sounds. Okay, hold on. Wait, is it in-game? No, okay, I think it's actually okay. I'm gonna double check. Hey, Gopi. Hello. What's up? Yo. Come. What do you want to do through time? And then. No. Okay. Gumbo. In Dark Souls 1, you can easily get into a state where a buffer forces you to drink because of an input you put in before getting staggered, which will animation lock you and possibly kill you. Again, the answer here is it depends, hence why option is much better choice than one or the other. But this is not about buffering. I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about if you're holding the healing button, which in Hollow Knight, healing is a thing that's continuous. Like, it's not a one button press and then healing happens for a fixed amount of time. It's like healing happens for the duration that you hold the button, right? And so because it's a continuous action, kind of like the needle in Silksong, because of that, you expect it to work if you are holding it even during like some like situation where you're unable to use it. But once that situation's over, then it should start happening, right? Oh, you agreed with me in that case? Oh, but that's like that's the only one where I'm saying like I don't think that depends at all. I think in that case, I think I have a hard time thinking of any situation where you wouldn't want that behavior. But yeah, if it's like input buffering, then for sure I can see situations where you don't want to do that, especially like long input buffers. Like those are dangerous. I think input buffers should be very, very short. But I mean, again, I don't have a whole lot of experience with like platforming or like making platforming games. I most have experience with 3D games, so take everything I say about 2D game design and gameplay mechanics with a grain of salt because I'm not super experienced with it. Oh no, you have to go. Okay. Bye-bye. See you later. continuity splines is amazing. Thank you. Hope you don't mind. What software and languages did you use to make the animations? I used Unity and C# and my own vector graphics plugin for Unity and my own animation tools. Okay, Judge. Okay, running directly into you is a bad idea. I'm gonna write that down in my mental notes. Okay, that's the big clonk. And then the big spin. Big clonk. Okay, okay. Ow! No. No thanks. Jesus, I did not think... Okay, okay. I thought I had a bit more space there. Okay, 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 alright, okay. Yeah, the boss is harder when you're not doing this boss in, like, right before Act 3. No. Oop. Jesus, okay, those bouncy projectiles are so... Those are so rude. What's a cracked mask? So that is called a fractured skull. It's in the, what's it called? Hunter's March. There's a vendor there that's kind of hidden behind a wall, so you can buy it from that vendor, or you can find the vendor dead later in the game. In that location. It's in one of the vertical shafts. There's a path to the left where that vendor is. And yeah, basically it gives you 1 more health after you would have otherwise died. I think. I think that's the practical effect it has. Which means that if you get hit by a 5 mask attack, you're gonna survive that and then be left with 1 mask. Oh shit. Cat stuff. Hold on. Okay, damn it. Ooh, bloop. Ooh, bloop, bloop. Ooh, bloop, bloop. Yeah, how's it going? Wow. Oh my god. Just 1 second, my cats are adorable. What? Really? And of course they all just get super camera shy. The moment I wanted to record a video because they were so adorable. For context, the weird meowing I reacted to earlier is because I'm fostering a cat that I just found outdoors and I haven't found an owner to this cat for 2 months. So I have an additional cat and she's been here for a while now. And she's just started meowing a little bit more often just this past week, so I'm not used to her meowing. It's just like a really weird sound and I'm like, oh wait, what? And I think she's meowing because she wants to play with Salad, one of my cats. And it's adorable. I think she just wanted to play. That's so cute. That's so wholesome. Maybe better. Maybe better. Whoop. Oh, okay. Oh. You know what? I'm just gonna try to hit through that one. No, I needed my free hits. Damn it. I missed out on the free hits moment. Alright, that attack I remember from seeing streamers play and this one. Right. Okay. That one I forgot about. Seemingly I forgot about that one too. Okay. So the spinny flamey thing happens after the dashy spiky flames. Gotcha. Presumably. I don't even know if it's consistent, but it happened that time. No! I need to figure out a strategy for this enemy in particular. Just to not suffer through every single time. You know, the run back, I don't think is that bad except for this one little guy. If this one little guy could just not. For that guy, you can sprint past before he wakes up. I've sort of gotten that impression, but the problem is that I'm hesitating the last moment. And so I'm like, oh wait, do I really? And then I do get hit. But if I didn't hesitate, I wouldn't get hit, I'm pretty sure. I think the problem is me. Hesitation is defeat, exactly. That's the problem. What? I thought I timed it. Right. I haven't quite learned when the spinny attack happens. Okay, it's when she's spinning the thing. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That is like very clearly telegraphed. No, I forgot that those were the free hits. Huh. Okay, no, she didn't do the spinny thing after that one. No, okay. Okay. So it's a different attack. It's not consistent. Nope! Wrong direction. Do not stand under the boss. Do not waste your heals. Do not die. Okay. Okay. Can't more 3 AM last judge. Oh no. Don't have nightmares. Yeah, good night, expensive coffee. Hope you enjoy the stream. See you next time. I love how big this boss feels. Yeah, it's really like it's very weighty, especially the combination with the music. It's like it's perfectly like designed to really feel like a big hunk of judgment, which is like the whole point, I suppose. It's really well designed. Like the music in general in this game is so good. It's kind of wild. Like I feel that the only songs on the soundtrack that could be conceived of as bad aren't even bad. They're just like less listenable in a general context because they're made to fit an area. But they're still good for those areas. So like, I don't know, it's just a really good soundtrack. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Yes, I won't figure out what data means. Because there's so many NPCs say data. In so many different cases. Both bosses and NPCs. So it's not like a combat word, it's gotta be something more general than that. Okay, I need silk. What? I didn't think they would do the spinny. You need to hold the dash button when you jump on the first platform to just continuously sprint jump. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So you just have to be quick before it spawns. Wait, why didn't I take the shortcut? There's the shortcut. Okay, I took the long one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, sure. Jump directly there. That's okay. I think it might be an exertion sound. Data. I really like it, regardless. It's kind of weird, and it's kind of neat. Okay, I could have gotten a lot more hits in there. Yeah, in the first phase, the only one I really have to dodge is the spinny attack, and that one when it's retracting. But I don't think there's anything else in the first phase that I need to really dodge. Free hits. Thank you. Risky heal, but it worked out. Oh shit, I forgot about the multi things. Nah. What? I thought it would be faster. That was the dash thing. Twice? Really? Okay. Was that within the... Okay. Rude. I did not want that to be within the hitbox. No. Oh. Look, I just need two more hits. That's not that much to ask for. You slide pretty far. Okay, I'm gonna heal over here. Okay. Now I'm doing pretty okay. I got quite a few masks. Alright. Now I can resume fighting. Now I don't have to panic. Okay. Well, I guess I forgot the weapon of mass destruction known as jumping. Yeah, I know I can stand there to get some hits in when she's throwing the thing. I think it just like reflexively always retreat regardless. Yeah, at the very least during the first... Oh yeah, I'm not in the shortcut route. Damn it. Yeah, in the first phase, there's almost no danger. As long as I avoid the spinny attack, there's nothing I need to be afraid of. I should really use my Silk skills in these moments where I'm like mostly full health. Well, not anymore. I just don't like having like too many extra buttons to have to think about. Oh, that one is also dangerous during the first phase. That is good to know. Yeah, see, I don't need to dodge that one. Like, that one is, like, no threat. It's just a jump, and then that's that. But that one is dangerous. Okay, intentionally face tanked a little bit there. No, that's what I died from last time. I should not pogo there. I should not pogo. God damn. I forgot about the contact damage with the stationary golden mace. This is my second playthrough. But it's my first time fighting Last Judge properly, because I did Last Judge very late Act 2, I think, in my first playthrough. So it's my first proper Last Judge fight where I'm not overpowered. Because in my first playthrough I just had like every single ability and I was very, very strong at that point. You know what? All of you enemies are conspiring together to make me die before the boss fight. Can you not? Please? Thank you. Do I heal before? Yeah. Yeah, I'm clumsy. I need a bit of a buffer. See, that attack is there's no danger in that attack. That one I can even stand close. Like that one. Yeah, I could have just been standing there. I think for some reason I think I'm gonna get hit if I'm close during the throw, but I don't know if I'm actually gonna get hit by that. No, because she's tossing it over. Yeah, I'm not gonna get hit by that, so I'm like perfectly safe. Why did I go in that direction? Right. It's dangerous the second time around. I don't even know if the actual throw is dangerous in the second phase either. Oh my god, I'm just messing up now. Okay, now I've done like 3 dumb mistakes in a row. Can I not keep making silly mistakes, please? Thank you. Okay, healing moments. No, I just used the bleeper. What a waste. Okay. Ooh. Oh. No! I healed too late. Oh, I should have been more confident in that heal. I should have just, like, done it immediately. I delayed it. Why did I delay it? No. No. I'm also running out of flea brew. On second playthrough... Oh, second playthrough, yes. I actually work in the Citadel. I'm employed by the Citadel. Look close and open doors as a fox. My wage is 12 rosaries an hour, so all hail the Citadel. Neat. Seems like a lot of work, but I hope you're hanging in there, buddy. Wait, I keep forgetting this shortcut. Okay, I don't think this run back is that bad. Cause like there's like, during this run back, there's also lots of stuff to do. Like, I don't think it's boring. Like, if this run back was just flat ground of nothing, I think it would be worse. But because there's something to do, something to like, I don't know, just some interesting platforming, some enemies you can pogo off of, like, I think that makes it... I mean, it's not boring. I think it's fine. It's not that long either. Why am I avoiding that one? Yeah, I should just stay close during this. Here's where I should avoid. I feel like every time I pay attention to the boss, they never do the throw. Like, they always do this one. Ow. Oh, well, that was a waste of heal. And a waste of a flea brew. Well, that was bad. That was bad. That was just a bad attempt. Bad attempt. Pretend that didn't happen. Cut that from the VOD. Cut that too. Oh, here's the shortcut. Right, okay. Keep forgetting. Right, I don't have claw line. That attempt didn't count? Agreed, exactly. Thank you. But it's always the spin attack. You never do the throw when I'm standing nearby and I'm ready to look at. Oh, there we go. Finally, first time. Oh my god. I should heal actually, and then immediately delete what I healed. Ow! Ow! Okay. Oh, that jump also has no attack. Jesus, that's a long jump. Oh my god. I haven't quite been able to distinguish between the toss and the dashes. Or no, the dash has like a big flaming... Oh my god, the contact damage. This is a risky heal, but that's okay. Can you jump? No? Okay. That one works too. I can hit in the wrong direction. That's a valid strategy. No! Oh, no! Forgot about the AoE. are you doing? What's your plan? Oh, okay. Woo! That was a long jump! That was such a long jump! And then I was stuck in the sliding animation. Rude! I'm gonna commit. I had to try. I had to try. Maybe she wasn't gonna jump there, you know? I wanted to roll that dice. But you know. You are alive. And that's the shortcut. Okay, this is such a zigzag in this part. What? No! No! Disaster. I struck. I didn't have dash. I just didn't have dash. Oh shit, I'm still alive. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. That was the weirdest reversal into being above a bell after dashing past it, but I'll take it. Redo. Okay. I did a really good job with this run back, I feel like. I came in here, full silk, full health, just ready to battle. Got some tea. So ready. What? No! No! Really? Really? Okay, that one. No. No. You cannot argue that that is fine. That's not fine. I don't think that's fine at all. No. I disagree. I disagree completely with this. Good lord. You can do it once as a joke, maybe, but do not do not do this to me. Holy god. Advanced scream interrupt tech. It's like reverse scream interrupts. It's just like I didn't know they could like drain silk in that way. Holy heck. Okay, well, good to know, I guess. Last judge is also like, it's not just the judicial, it's also the executive, it turns out. Right, that's the one that is fine when I'm near. Okay. No, I keep getting hit by that one. Completely unnecessarily. I'm just gonna sit in the wall. I'm just gonna hang out. No. I know that she jumps after that one by like a 2 out of 3 times. I should just not. I should just never pogo. Or like stay above her at the very least. I can pogo like once. Clutch heal. I did it. No, don't be up here. Don't be up here. Okay, yep. Okay. I only barely got away last time. I shouldn't have gotten away though, you know? Because that was not what I was supposed to. I thought I was early enough for that one. And then I read chat instead of looking at the screen. And that put me in flames. I'm sorry. I should not do that. I should focus. Because I thought I was safe. The last judge said no. I think the reason I don't take the shortcut naturally is because it flows against the platforming. Like you have to turn around so many times in a row. It's kind of nicer to just like go with the flow and continue. can open it or the conductors will fire you. Yeah, you don't have to pull any strings or get involved. That'll only put you at risk, you know? I wonder if I should heal here. Yeah. What? Okay, how many times are you gonna jump like that? Okay. I should not hesitate during those. That's like the worst thing to do is to hesitate and like stand in the middle of the flame. Does making dumb jokes make you or make you look stupid? I don't know how to answer that question. Was that a dumb joke? Is this a meta joke? I'm out of flea brew. I don't want to be out of flea brew. I didn't even know how to parse that sentence. You made a dumb joke. Okay. Good. Dumb jokes are great. The only thing that's like a little bit annoying with dumb jokes is that like sometimes people think you're like not the kind of person who would make dumb jokes, but I think it makes them funnier if you're someone who unexpectedly makes a dumb joke. But then the problem is that a lot of people just didn't really catch the dumbness and found it funny because they like trusted you to be like not be that dumb. And then I kind of feel bad that they didn't like it, or that they thought it was more intelligent than the sheer stupidity of the thing that I said it was. That's the risk with the dumb jokes. I love dumb jokes though. But only when they land. But that applies to every joke, I guess. Why am I running away from that one? It's like perfectly timed to like hit me. Did you see the flea brew combo there? That's a real sneaky one. What? I did not expect to do a sprint jump there. I don't know what I was expecting, but not that. No! I should not have dashed there. Dangerous dash. Oh my god, now the cats are doing stuff. You know what? Late heal. It's fine. No! No. I should have jumped. Dangerous to be above the boss here. Oh my god. I should use silk skills, but I don't want to do an misinput, so I'm just gonna let that hang. Do I heal my one mask though? I kind of feel like I should, because now it's been so long, I might have like built that silk back up again. I don't like being on these walls actually. No! I hesitated. Never hesitate during those. Like there's not enough time for that. Okay, now I should heal. This is a good healing moment actually. No! That one stuck around for weirdly long. What? I was looking at the boss. Okay, now I'm actually in danger. Wait, was that a stagger? What? What happened there? Okay. I'm a little bit cornered here. Don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate being cornered. I would like to be in the middle of the arena. Can you jump or something? Okay, that works. Whoa, risky. Okay. I got the heal at least, so. No. Being cornered here is super risky. It is. Yeah, you kind of get caught out and stuff there. I shouldn't be too close to the. I just shouldn't be super close to the wall. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's fall down to Masquerado. Let's fall down into worms. I don't have claw line. I pressed claw line in that moment. Because, you know, I totally have claw line. No! What? Again, I'm in the corner. I shouldn't be in the corner. Worst spot. Double dash. Okay, I'd like to find. Yeah, that's a good opportunity. What? What a long jump! How would you jump all the way there? Okay, don't want to be in the corner. You're in the corner now. That's right, I'm in the corner now. Okay. No, I got pushed into the flames. Oh yeah, this is not the first phase. I'm stupid. I should try to not be stupid. I'm gonna put that in my notes. No. Right, this is the phase. Late phase? Third phase? I don't even know if it counts as the third phase. But that flame attack changes. And here I am, hesitating again in those flames. Do not do that. Oh, okay. Oh, I did not hang in the air long enough for that. I do like that there's a lot of opportunities to heal in this fight. Ah. Okay, I think I got this if I just focus. I don't think there's... She's gotta be pretty low health at this point, I think. Oh, that flame is so close. No. I hesitated. I was like, I should go closer. Because that's the turret that's actually safe over close. Oh yeah, right, yeah. I've seen people die to this. I don't want to die to this. No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Jesus. This is a pretty rapid jump in here. Nice! Now I get the canonical Citadel entrance instead of the the phantom entrance. Yeah, this... I don't think I got that first cutscene of Hornet looking at the gate. You do get this cutscene. Or this part of the cutscene when you enter through the back route. You see the video where someone parried the whole explosion? You can do that? That's beautiful. Why will your boss not be happy if you open the door? Isn't that the goal of the pilgrims, to open the door? Okay. Neat. Act 2. Question is... Do I... Yeah, I should probably end the stream pretty soon. I don't know if there's a natural end to this endpoint here. Maybe this is a good endpoint, actually. It's a good place to start next time. So I believe I'm pretty much done for today, I think. For tonight, rather. Or maybe for today. It's 4 AM here, which is not the best time to be up even later. But thank you all for joining. How did... Actually, I didn't even look at the stream. Was there people watching? I've just been looking at chat. Oh, there's actually been quite a lot of people. Neat. Yeah, I'm always like nervous streaming games because I usually don't stream games on my channel, and I usually don't stream either on my channel. And every time I stream, my subscriber count goes down, which is always kind of uncomfortable. Which doesn't happen when I'm not streaming, because I feel like I'm getting like mixed signals. But yeah. I appreciate all of you joining, because I really love Silksong. This is a great game, and I'm having a lot of fun. Like, it's just so much more interesting the second time around. At least up until this point so far. Maybe it's gonna change later, and it's gonna be as agonizing as it was the first time around, but yeah. Yeah, is there anything I would wanna... There's still... Cats are still playing over there. Is there anything else I wanna mention before I head off? I guess I have a Discord server if you want to join my Discord. It's mostly game developers there, so it's very game dev centric. I don't really have a gaming community. Most of my community is game developers and math people. But there's links in on my YouTube page to Discord if you want to go there. What else? I have a Patreon. It's all linked everywhere. If you want to check out my stuff, you can just do that. I don't have to tell you to do things. I do need to play a song though. There we go. Will they make a video of Silksong from a more technical lens? So I've considered making a review video, and this playthrough is kind of going to serve as the basis for that. And I guess it depends on what you mean by technical, because I do, like, if I were to do a review of Silksong, it would be probably kind of broad. Like, not just the technical aspects, but also the artistic aspects. But I think, like, most of my issues with Silksong is mostly just stuff around the healing mechanic. There are some other, like, very minor criticisms, but that's, like, UX, mostly. I don't have a lot of stuff to, like, critique when it comes to the art or dialogue or some audio design stuff I do, but I don't know. It's just a very good game, and I'm not gonna like try to dig for things to criticize. I think it's like the things I think the things I notice relatively easily are the things that are more worth criticizing, because that probably means that other people also noticed it relatively easily. As a heuristic, at least. But obviously, it's also... I can't always use myself as a reference for everybody else, because there's a huge bias that I have as a game developer, because the way that a game developer looks at a game can be quite different from the way that a player does if they're not a game developer. So that's always a tricky balance to figure out if you're even like representative of a non-game developer gamer anymore. So it's hard to know. Ace Kick Mo is your Discord? Yes, I believe so. I think it's called that. Yeah, that's my nickname. I think that's my YouTube handle. I think, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I do feel like it's interesting, like some of the technical stuff around, specifically around the input, I think might be worth talking about. Like the way that my little widget, how, like that stuff and the pogos. And I think one of the things I really want to try, if I can get it working, but I think it's supposed to be relatively easy. If I can get, I'm really curious to try to make a mod that implements the changes that I would like to see, so that I could then try it out. I think that would be really fun. And especially if people like, I don't know, if people want to try out the things that I mentioned throughout the video, I think it would be super cool if people could actually just download a mod and try it. To kind of like, I don't know, what's it called? Put my money where my mouth is, or put my code where my opinions are, or like try to put it to practice, and people can try it out if they want to. I think that would be fun. I don't want to like overscope it though, because I have a tendency to overscope all of my projects and then I end up not releasing them, so maybe I won't. We'll see. Aspirational thing. Otherwise, thank you all so much for joining. I'm having a blast playing this again. I'm just like, I don't know, Act 1 during my second playthrough has been genuinely enjoyable in a way that it was not the first time around. It took a while for me to enjoy this game. But even the judge fight now, like I feel like the fight is very, very fair. There's so many opportunities to heal. And I feel like the attacks are telegraphed really well. Some of the attacks are pretty short telegraphs, but generally it's fine. I don't know, I feel like the things that got me were mostly mistakes that I felt like I could learn to overcome. I don't know, I feel like I didn't really have much of an issue making progress there. It was really nice. I liked it. Cool fight. That roar was weird though. Yeah, yes. That deleting my heal was incredibly rude. Do not like. Don't do that. Don't do that, Judge. Do not. But okay, yeah, I believe that's about it. I don't have anything else I want to plug. I guess I'm a Patreon if you want to support me directly, but like people, this is a bad time to support people because nobody has money because the economy is not doing great, so you do not feel like you have to. You'll have to talk to the conductors about that roar. Okay, I'll see if I can find a conductor later on, and then I'll have a chat. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining. Hope this was interesting or entertaining or otherwise a good background thing happening in your life. And I will see you all next time, whenever that is. I don't know when that's gonna be, because I don't like making promises. But we'll see. All right, bye everybody. See you later.